were entering by paying visa. So also we advocated for it, and that was the best practices.
In a nutshell, the EAYP aims to have young men's and women's voices in the critical decision-making processes from national to regional legislative processes, inspiring a coordinated regional governance framework while being the key enablers of change. The East African Youth Parliament, also known as the Vijana Assembly, is a platform that provides young people with a dedicated space to participate in regional governance, advocate for youth issues, and contribute to the development and integration of the East African community.
This is majorly a learning place. The more we present ideas here, we are grooming a leader.
This East African Youth Parliament occurs every year in November. It brings members, youth from member states, the 7 member states of East Africa, that is South Sudan, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, DRC, Rwanda, and Burundi.
I see myself as at the place that I feel I can speak for my people. Like our country is among of the country that is in the integration of East African community. So as I'm here, I see myself as a representative for others who didn't make it here.
The East African Youth Parliament being diverse, being a body that, or a platform that gathers different youth from different countries, 7 of them from the 7 member countries. Then when we talk about inclusivity, on my own side, I just look at how do we bring everyone together? How do we get to harmonize their voices?
Faraja has been doing this for the past 6 years, and we can see that there have been some improvement in each and every year that we come for the sitting. First of all, it's the choice of the motion. Second of all, it's the choice of the people who participate in this youth parliament. You can see that the youth are eagerly and are very much willing to air out their views, and they have researched what they are saying. They are not just here for propaganda or just speaking out of nowhere.
This is my first time actually attending the 6th East African Youth Parliament. I got to learn a lot, getting together as youth, discussing what we're facing and being able to navigate and being able to discuss our problems and how to go about them.
During the proceedings of the 6th East African Youth Parliament in 2023, young people engaged in substantive discussions encompassing a spectrum of motions aimed at fortifying governance structures within the East African community. The motions included fostering the economic integration of youth, advancing initiatives related to sexual reproductive health, promoting regional peace and security, and advocating for heightened environmental sustainability within the EAC.
Motion number 1 was about implementing the East African integration and its governance. Now that, for me, it has been delayed a lot. I feel like it should have been done yesterday, and the fact that we had opportunity to discuss it here, I think maybe we shall be able to steer it. We were speaking about how the governance of East African
And then when we come up with these issues from such an avenue, it is very easy to come up with a compiled document, to come up with a very organized piece that can be presented at national level. And trust me, they always say when you're an organized team of young people, it's easy for you to achieve results. So the Luganda word says, "Agari ewamuge garume nyama." We all understand that Luganda phrase, right? So coming together as young people is a privilege, and I believe in today's session, we are going to achieve very much results that we shall prevent at the national level. So all I call upon from you is that let us focus on issues that affect us. Like one of my colleagues said earlier, we should not politicize this platform. This should be basically a platform that should speak on key issues that affect us, especially on health. Yeah, so let us focus on those issues, and by the end of the session, we get results that we can present up there. With that, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you very much for coming through, and I wish you a very good deliberation during this Youth Parliament Eastern Region. Thank you very much.
Morning. My name is Kanyasja Edna. I'm not the reason why you're here, as I leave admission, but I work with Faraja Africa Foundation and on the team that is coordinating SIA's Youth Parliament. I'm here to give you the rules of procedure, but also to conduct the election with assistance from the former Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker. The current, until the next one is elected, he's the current. Just a second. Okay, so the National Youth Parliament, as we had already been told, is a platform for advocacy. And as Shalom had already cautioned, we shouldn't politicize, thank you. We shouldn't politicize this place. So even if we are going to have elections, let's not focus on the elections, not the main reason why we are here. Let's have issues discussed. So this session is a simulation of what it happens at Parliament of Uganda. So we have a program, which we don't call a program, it's called an order paper. You will be able to receive it. Each of you will have a copy before the house starts. But the order paper has a program, sort of. We have anthems, the national anthem, the East African anthem, but these are led by the Clerk of Parliament. So these three chairs, the middle one is for can turn your eyes to the chairs in front of you. The middle one is for the Speaker, and the side chairs, one of them is for the clerk, another one is for the clerk, and then there is a sergeant at arms who doesn't sit. So the role of the Speaker is to chair the session and to redirect the debate, because we know the nature of this discussion. Some of them can be exciting, and so it's very easy for you to go off topic. But the nature of the Speaker is to make sure that the role of the Speaker is to make sure that we are as per the order paper, and we are able to derive what we have come here to get. The clerk, the rules of procedure that we don't clap in Parliament, you're supposed to stamp. I'm hearing someone stamping. That's how you stamp. You're supposed to stamp instead of clapping. The chair, who is the Speaker, has a right to set their own rules of engagement. What do I mean? The chair has a right to say, if you're not wearing a suit, don't speak. I'm not saying you should do that, but they have a right to do that. The chair has a right to take you out of the meeting if they feel like you're being destructive to the session. So, and you have no right to say, it's unfair, if the chair sends a sergeant to you. Number 3, when the session starts, our phones are supposed to be in silence. The 4th thing, no movement. Absolutely no movement is allowed when the session starts, unless you're moving to the podium to speak, to give a point of anything. On that note, the only points allowed in this session are going to be point of order, which is never overruled. The Speaker cannot say, point of order not taken, because we believe the point of order may be there's someone who's going to shoot you. So, or that there's an insect going to eat you. So the Speaker cannot take away the point of order. However, please let's not get too excited about the point of order and we leave the focus of the debate. So let's have less and less points of order. Then another point you can have is a point of information. The point of information is if someone is presenting and you want to add substance to the debate, that's when you stand up on a point of information. If, for example, motion 1, the person says motion calling on government to prioritize solutions that tackle unemployment in East Africa, and they've given maybe, in Eastern Uganda, sorry, and they've given a detail of this motion, and you feel like they've left, and you feel like you can add statistical evidence or a deeper dive into the motion, you can stand up on a point of information. Another point you can stand up on is a procedural point. Now, the procedural matter can be, for example, if a motion has been passed without being voted on, and you know that it has to be voted on, you can stand up and remind the speaker that the motion has not been voted on. Or if you feel like a member is being treated unfairly, you can stand up on either point of order or on a procedural issue, if it is as per the order paper. Yeah, do you have any questions? Otherwise, those are the role of the clerk. One of them is going to be leading us in the order paper. Another one is going to be noting down the resolutions. What do I mean by resolutions? Resolutions are, if they talk about a motion, and you guys have debated, the members have debated the motion, and you want to resolve for certain solutions to be implemented. For example, in order to reduce the rate of unemployment in Eastern Uganda, this is what we can do. Maybe have youth groups, I'm just giving an example. For example, maybe having youth groups that are directed towards collecting money and implementing projects together as a group in order to tackle the issue of unemployment. That can be, that can be a resolution, which is a solution to the problem that is on the order paper. So that is the role of the other clerk. The other clerk is to write down all the resolutions that have come out of each motion. So we have, today we are discussing 4 motions. I think in this region is where we're discussing the most motions, and so that means we are going to have to manage time so much, yeah? And I hope that we manage time, because it's very important if we want to have all the 4 motions discussed. But after all the motions have been debated, the clerk will stand up and give us an overview of all the resolutions we've mentioned, and then all the resolutions we've discussed, and all the motions that have been passed. And then the House will adjourn. When the House adjourns, you can continue to be the way you are now, and the Speaker will take their seat, and if there are administrative announcements, there will be, but hoping that the Speaker will be very fair. So now that I have finished talking about the order paper, do we have any questions? Any questions? I feel like I've been elaborate enough. Do we have any questions? No questions? Has anyone ever attended any youth parliament? Anyone who's here for the 2nd or 3rd time? I suggest that if you've been in any of the youth parliament sessions, you shouldn't sit together. Like, when the session starts, you need to sit with some people who have not attended so that they can follow your lead, as if in court, eh? So, now that we are done, I'm requesting Ahmed, the former Right Honorable Ahmed. Is it called Ahmed? Hassan, sorry, I'm so sorry. Right Honorable Hassan to come so that we can lead, we can have the election. After the election, I believe we'll have break tea, and then we have the session start. The clerks are not elected. Whoever comes second in the election will be a clerk, and the other clerk will be, if there is no gender balance, it has to be either a male and a female. Thank you so much, Hassan. I hope I've not left out any rule of procedure. Have I? Okay. So right now we are going to have, this is how the elections are going to go. My name is Edna again. Me and Hassan are going to be your presiding officers for today's election. And this is how it's going to be. when we open the floor for elections, you stand up, raise your hand. No, not to stand up. You raise your hand, and then you nominate someone. When you nominate someone, you should second the person. Two people, not you. You should have two people to second the person. And after the person has been seconded, they have to accept your nomination. Okay? Because sometimes you nominate people and they don't want to vote. After they've been fully nominated, then we can continue with the nomination, and then we have the voting. After the voting, we elect the speaker, they swear in, and then they take their seats. That's the same with the motions. A motion should be seconded by two people. If you finish as a mover, after moving the motion, you should have two people to second the motion. And these two people, you should have spoken to them outside this meeting. So during breakfast, you can get some people to second your motion. Two people, you need two seconders. And after seconding, that's when the motion can be debated. Even when if you feel like the nomination is done, can I please have your attention? Thank you. Honorables, can I please have your attention? Thank you. Yes. So if you feel like the nominations are done, and someone has to stand up and move a motion to close the nomination, that motion should be seconded by two people. So if your intention in this room today is to stand up on a motion to suggest to close nominations, you have to convince people outside this room to second you. And then that motion is voted on. How we vote in Parliament, in the Youth Parliament, if a motion is moved, if a motion is moved and seconded and it's time for voting, this is how we vote. But not today. Like today we're going to vote on a ballot paper for the speakers, yeah? But voting on a motion. We vote using aye or nay. Aye is when you agree with the motion. If you agree in the motion, you say aye. If you disagree with the motion, you say nay. But the way we determine who is the winning is the loudest voice. We're not saying you should stand up and shout. No. The loudest voice always takes it. So that because we can know that there are more people who are agreeing or disagreeing with the motion. Okay. Now that all is done, I'm opening the floor for nominations. Whoever wants to speak, by the way, you have to come here because people are watching online. Yeah?
Thank you. I am Masumba Isaac, a youth representative based from Mbale. The candidate I'm going to nominate is a Secretary of Female Affairs of Sironko District Youth Council. She's a member of the National Youth Council and a member of the Youth Parliamentary Forum. The colleague we are going to nominate is a woman of valor, a woman of integrity, and above all, person of action-based. Gallant members, allow me to hereby nominate Namugobe Vicky for the position of Speakership of Eastern Youth Parliament. Thank you.
Okay, before the 2 seconders come, no clapping, you have to stamp your feet. Okay. Can we have 2 people to second Honorable Vicky? Is it a point of order? Please come in front.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Emmanuel Edonu, and a youth representative from Soroti City. And I wanted to seek guidance from Miss Edina. Before we have nominations opened, we should have had a motion moved, and I seek guidance on that ground. Thank you.
No, okay. No, we don't need to move a motion when the floor is open for nomination. The only motion you can move is to close nominations. Yeah. Can we have 2 people to second Honorable Vicky? Are you standing up to nominate? To second? Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chinovere Andrew Marvin, Emugwere from Chibuku District, and I am here to wholly second the nomination of Namugove Vicky for Speaker. Thank you very much.
Okay, can we have a seconder? I like what he has done. You stand up, you introduce yourself, and tell us the district you're representing.
Once again, my name is Emmanuel Edonu from Sorority City. I stand before you to second the nomination of Namugove Vicky.
Can we have Honorable Vicky to come and decline or accept the nomination?
Good morning, dear youth leaders. I, Namugove Vicky, youth leader from Sironko, I accept the nomination.
Thank you so much. Honorable Vicky has been fully nominated. Any other nomination? As a presiding officer, I have the right to throw you out of my voting room if I feel like you are disrespecting the rules of procedure.
Good morning, young people. By the name's Pius Martin Mode, a youth leader from Mbale City here. I'm here to nominate Muzaki Roster as our youth speaker for Eastern Region 2024. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we have 2 seconders to second Honorable Muzaki? 2 seconders.
Good morning. I'm called Nambaf Shamira, and I'm seconding Mozak Rosta. I'm representing Tororo.
Can we have a seconder? Are you coming to second? Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Evelyn Areño, Youth Representative Kumi, and I'm seconding Rostam Zaki.
Thank you so much. Can we have Honorable Roster to come and accept or decline the nomination?
Good morning, Honorable colleagues. I am Zach Roster, a youth leader from Mbale District. I acknowledge the nomination and much obliged. I accept the nomination.
Honorable Roster has been fully nominated. Any other nomination? I like that we have women in this district, in this region. Please, feel free to come. Thank you so much.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Yoel Calvin Ovaira, District East Chairperson Sironko on the National Youth Council of Uganda. I hereby move a motion to close the nomination. Thank you.
Can we have 2 seconders very fast? 2 people come here.
Good morning, honorable members. By the names, I'm called Mumea Yasin, honorable representing Butaleja District. I hereby second to close the nomination. Thank you.
Good morning once again. I am Masumba Isaac, representing Mbale. I hereby second the motion to be closed. Thank you.
You second the closing of nomination. Okay, but we are all learning, so that's a learning. You second the motion, not second the motion to be closed. Okay. Now we are going to have voting of the motion. All those who agree with closing the nomination, say aye. Those who disagree with closing the nomination, say nay. Okay, so we have closed the nominations. We are now going to head into head counts. We're going to have a head count. Before we have the head count, after having the head count, we're not going to accept anyone to enter the room after the head count. After the head count, each of the candidates will have 2 minutes to convince us as to why they want to become the speaker of today. After those 2 minutes, we shall have voting going on. Okay, so we shall start the head count from, I know that there are people who are not supposed to vote. I just need to ascertain the number. Shalom, could you please help me count the staff that are not supposed to vote, staff and partners that are not supposed to engage in voting, so that we can deduct them. Yes, if you're a partner or a staff, please just raise your hand a little bit so that Shalom can count you, so that we can know that you're not supposed to vote. Even the lady who was said next to Nora. I'm seeing some people with phones. Are you part of the participants? Are you journalists? You're journalists. So journalists are not supposed to vote, no? Okay, so 18 people plus myself, 19, plus the sign language interpreter, 20, and then the right honorable speaker, 21. People will not be voting today. Now we are going to do a head count, beginning from you, honorable. No, beginning from, are you voting? You're not voting. Okay, beginning from the honorable, are you voting? Okay, if you're not voting, just do me a favor and stand to the wall, just to avoid any confusion, because we are doing an election, it can be tricky. I'm just begging us. And especially if you're seated with the participants, just do me a favor and stand to the way the gentleman in white is standing to the wall, just for this voting session. Please, thank you. Okay, we are having 70 people who are eligible to vote. And the technical team, please ascertain. Shalom, could you please help me ascertain if there are 70 ballot papers present?
Yeah, there are 70.
There are 70?
Yeah.
Okay. Can we have the two candidates? We shall start with Honorable Vicky to come and share with us her intention. 2 minutes. My time I will be on.
Good morning once again, honorable members. I want to thank you for the time you've spent and for whatever you've sacrificed to be in this place. Once again, I present myself to you humbly. I'm your servant, Namgobe Vicky, vying for the post of speakership. So I will really be brief as I state. So basically, one thing that has passioned me in this walk of life is the fact that I like speaking out of my own experience. I serve in a National Youth Council. So a few years back, there was a government law that was passed on NEMA, where they said people who are occupying wetlands are not supposed to occupy those spaces. So unfortunately, what happens? If you come to the Eastern region, one of the major cash crops that we grow is rice. And rice is grown in a swamp. And majority of the people who are employed in those sectors are the youth. Then you ask yourself, so the government has brought up a law, and what is the law? To evict us out of the wetland spaces, which is climate justice. It could be okay. But what is the remedy for us that are youth who are unemployed? We have our challenges. Now, basically, a youth approached me on how I can be able to address that challenge. And I was in my space of a leader, I was really failed because there is no law that could really say that after chasing you out of a wetland, go find this solution. So basing on that, I come to you with 3 action points. The first action point is that the fact that the National Youth Council has loopholes and the government of Uganda makes laws through the parliament, but majority of the laws are not youth friendly. We agree on that. Because you find yourself, how many laws are going to be able to favor the unemployed youth? How many laws are going to be able to handle issues that are there in the circumstance that I have been a victim of this? But what do I say? Faraja has given us a space of a youth parliament where we can come together as youth and be able to air out our points in time. Now, the National Youth Council has structures starting from the village up to the national level. So if we want to create visibility of understanding our problems, we need to gather together and be able to offer these solutions. So I come to you offering myself as a delegate of the National Youth Council that I can leverage on such a space as the Youth Parliament, get to understand your problems, get to understand the problems, and together we can move them as motions in this August House, and as a speaker we can take them far. And to conclude, basically, briefly stating, we also want to go beyond just the visibility of having a youth parliament where we come and pass one motion and sit once in a while and just vote. We need to have active youth parliamentary sessions. As Eastern youth, we have social capital that we can build, and together we can leverage on such spaces, get time to sit, associate with the various youth spaces that are available, and that we can able to pass agendas that are youth friendly and good for us. So I hope my manifesto would be eye-touching or touch you in the bottom of your heart, and you would vie for me for the post of speakership. Thank you so much.
Okay, Honorable Rista.
To our sponsors and our partners and the honorable members present, good morning to you all. And by the names Mzak Rosta, aspirant of the Eastern Region Parliament Youth Speakership post. And in my manifesto, I named it Breaking the Barriers for the Eastern Youth to Thrive. In the debrief of what we are going to deliberate in the House today, we look at our House as a safe space where we can deliberate our matters and deliver them on the national space where they can be implemented as a policy. So, us being given this platform by Faraj, we look at it as a leeway for us to lobby for more funds so that when we sit, we can be accountable for the resolutions we have passed in the House. We don't want these resolutions to just stop here and they remain on paper. We want when they reach up on the national, regional, or the East African region, resolutions can be implemented and we come back as a House, we account for these resolutions so that as a speaker, you don't use this position as a stepping stone for your own personal interests or desires, but use this position to deliberate your resolutions as a House and you come back and account for the same. That is one of the key pillars I've looked at as a youth. The government has gone ahead to set up the youth livelihood programs, and it has also given us startup hubs for skills. But then these startup hubs which have been given unto us, they are not being implemented as though for the youths who are to benefit in them. One, these startup hubs have been given to skill the youths, but then the government tells you after the startup hubs that go and look for or go and implement your own skills you've gotten. But when we come to such spaces, we deliberate for a voice where these resolutions we pass as the youth forum, we say, the government has given us these deliberations, yes. How about the government lets us incorporate or gives us a position for the organizations which are already established to give us employment so that we can raise capital. And that capital we can also start up on our own projects. Thank you so much. Looking forward for your support. Mzak Rosta.
All I can say is wow. Can we stamp our feet for the Honorable? So Hassan and I are going to count with you the ballots, and Hassan is going to distribute them to each of the participants who said they're part of the voting. Again, in this session, I'm requesting if you're not voting, just go towards the wall, just for transparency, so that we can have a fair election, a free and fair election. Yes? Yes. There were 27 people, but I haven't seen 27 people standing. We are going to count. Count with us, eh?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70.
Okay. Hassan is going to give them out. Hassan is giving out the ballots, those were such powerful manifestos. I think we should think about our candidates. If it's okay to change your mind, you can change your mind according to the manifesto you've had, whoever has spoken to your heart. I feel like, okay, 17. All right. Excuse me? Excuse me?
I'm remaining with the two ballot papers. I don't know who has not.
We are remaining with two ballot papers. Who has not got in the middle? How come they only two? Did anyone add? Has anyone received two ballot papers? When we counted, the lady in the middle next to you was not there, right? You were around when we were counting? Has anyone got two papers? Did you give anyone two papers? One person. Good. Thank you for coming clean. Thank you, Pius, for being good. Okay, so Hassan is going to pick one ballot paper from everyone, beginning from where you... Okay, we have the correct spellings of the names of the candidates. Honorable Muzaki Rosta, is Muzaki-Rosta. Honorable Namugobe Vicky, do not replace my ballot papers. If you got the spelling wrong, you can just cross. It's okay, it's allowed. Honorable Namugobe Vicky is Namugobe. You can write Honorable Vicky. Can write one name, it's okay. Honorable Vicky is Vicky. or you write Honorable Rosta, R-O-S-T-A. Okay, so Hassan is going to pick the ballot papers, beginning from where we distributed them from. Sorry? Hassan wants to give you 1 minute to change your mind. Yours is invalid? We are the ones to decide whether it's invalid. Okay, they are done. So, Hassan, you can pick one ballot paper from each person. As Hassan is picking ballot paper, during break tea and lunch break, one of our partners, Action Aid, is present, and it will be taking information regarding social movement. So if you'd like to be part of social movements, please see David. I don't know if David has stepped out. He has stepped out. Yes. See any of the Faraja team, they will direct you to David. And if you'd like to be part of the social movements of the Action Aid program, you can register with him. Hassan, you're taking long there. The person had 3. As Hassan is collecting papers, can I have 2 agents? One for Vicky, another one for Rosta. Honorable Vicky, you have to be chosen by Honorable Vicky. Honorable Vicky and Honorable Rosta, can you please select one person from each? You're representing Honorable? Vicky, could you please stand here? You're representing Honorable? Is she the one you've chosen? Okay. You're going to hand it in from here. It's okay. Okay. Can she see you? The one interpreting for, can she see you? You don't know who she is? She's wearing a brown jacket. She has red hair. No, she's in the second row. Here. You see the middle row here? Then the next. She's wearing a brown jacket. She's like with a bag in front of her. So you go and ask her if she's comfortable where she's sitting, or if she can see you. And go and ask her, let me speak. She's not. She's not. She's not.
So we are going to confirm the ballot papers.
You have to count those guys. We have to, So we're going to count the ballot papers we have received.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70.
Okay. There was no addition of ballot papers. Okay. There's no addition of ballot papers. Hassan will be writing for me how many votes each candidate has got. Okay, so you're here to receive the ballots of your candidates. Okay. Less movement, less noise. Thank you. We are starting. Honorable Vicky. 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 Rosta. 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 Vicky. 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 Honorable Vicky. Namugove Vicky. 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 Rosta. Vicky. 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 Rosta. Musachi. Rosta. Okay. Vicky. 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 Musachi. 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 Honorable Rosta. 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 Vicky. 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 And finally, Vicky. Can we count Honorable Vicky's votes?
We are starting with Honorable Vicky. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58. So Honorable Vicky has got 58. We are counting for Honorable Muzaki Rosta. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So Honorable Muzaki Rosta has got 12. As a presiding officer for today, I'm declaring Honorable Vicky as the winner.
Okay, we are going for our break tea for only 30 minutes, please. 30 minutes, break tea. Yeah. Please please pass here. The exit is here. When that time comes for getting out, the exit is here. You'll be able to get a coupon and you'll get tea. Also, Honorable Vicky will be
Faraja Africa Foundation and her partners organized the East African Youth Parliament in 2018 following the establishment of the East African Community, which comprises of 7 member states, that is Burundi, Rwanda, Kenya, South Sudan, Tanzania, Uganda, and the recently added Democratic Republic of Congo.
Well, my name is Mbale Lugome. I'm first speaker of East African Youth Legislative Assembly. When you talk about the East Africa Youth Parliament, and since I was the first speaker, I traveled to all the 6 countries by bus. I met a lot of young people. I got a big connection with them. So that's really inspired me that what am I going to do after finishing being a speaker? So being a partner was the first thing I was looking to partner with Faraja and continuing supporting young people. And actually, we did it. We started advocating for the post-parliament agendas.
The East African Youth Parliament, also known as the Vijana Assembly, is a platform that provides young people with a dedicated space to participate in regional governance, advocate for youth issues, and contribute to the development and integration of the East African community.
What sparks your participation in the East African Youth Parliament?
Okay, I'm passionate about East Africa. I'm a Pan-Africanist, and I love having that nationalism, especially East African, like how they say Africa is our business. To me, East Africa is my business.
An important thing to note about this year is that for the first time we have DRC on board, and Chris is not only the representative from DRC, but also the clerk for the 5th East African Youth Parliament.
I've learned so much from them, and one thing is for sure, the future of East Africa, as one of the honorable said, is in safe hands. Learning about integration and how we as youth could benefit, on some of the things going on in the YALA as an institution, but also how do we get more, Congolese youth mostly to join this movement and help advance the region of East Africa community as a whole.
The sexual reproductive health bill is pertinent to major issues concerning sexual education, issues concerning reproductive health, issues concerning the rights of people generally, inherently rights such as abortion, rights on segregative mothers, and all those, without forgetting menstrual health and hygiene.
When we look at East Africa in general, we are really blessed with abundant resources, especially agricultural resources. But the agricultural resources are not utilized economically and sustainably in East Africa. And that's why I raised that motion to urge the young people to really engage in the agricultural business. So we need to understand, especially the young people, they need to know that agriculture is the backbone of Africa in general.
We started advocating for African Charter on Democracy, Election and Governance, but also we were also advocating for South Sudanese to enter to Tanzania without paying visa. In that time, it was just like recently they were entering to the community, and still the young people from South Sudan, when they came to Tanzania, were entering by paying visa. So also we advocated for it, and that was the best practices.
In a nutshell, the EAYP aims to have young men's and women's voices in the critical decision-making processes from national to regional legislative processes, inspiring a coordinated regional governance framework while being the key enablers of change. The East African Youth Parliament, also known as the Vijana Assembly, is a platform that provides young people with a dedicated space to participate in regional governance, advocate for youth issues, and contribute to the development and integration of the East African community.
This is majorly a learning place. The more we present ideas here, we are grooming a leader.
This East African Youth Parliament occurs every year in November. It brings members, youth from member states, the 7 member states of East Africa, that is South Sudan, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, DRC, Rwanda, and Burundi.
I see myself as at the place that I feel I can speak for my people. Like our country is among of the country that is in the integration of East African community. So as I'm here, I see myself as a representative for others who didn't make it here.
The East African Youth Parliament being diverse, being a body that, or a platform that gathers different youth from different countries, 7 of them from the 7 member countries. Then when we talk about inclusivity, on my own side, I just look at how do we bring everyone together? How do we get to harmonize their voices?
Faraja has been doing this for the past 6 years, and we can see that there have been some improvement in each and every year that we come for the sitting. First of all, it's the choice of the motion. Second of all, it's the choice of the people who participate in this youth parliament. You can see that the youth are eagerly and are very much willing to air out their views, and they have researched what they are saying. They are not just here for propaganda or just speaking out of nowhere.
This is my first time actually attending the 6th East African Youth Parliament. I got to learn a lot, getting together as youth, discussing what we're facing and being able to navigate and being able to discuss our problems and how to go about them.
During the proceedings of the 6th East African Youth Parliament in 2023, young people engaged in substantive discussions encompassing a spectrum of motions aimed at fortifying governance structures within the East African community. The motions included fostering the economic integration of youth, advancing initiatives related to sexual reproductive health, promoting regional peace and security, and advocating for heightened environmental sustainability within the EAC.
Motion number 1 was about implementing the East African integration and its governance. Now that, for me, it has been delayed a lot. I feel like it should have been done yesterday, and the fact that we had opportunity to discuss it here, I think maybe we shall be able to steer it. We were speaking about how the governance of East African community can take place very quickly. Now I feel if at all this region is governing itself as a region and not just like countries, we would save lots of monies in administration.
Within this assembly, the youth formulated several recommendations and issued a collective appeal to their respective governments and authoritative figures, urging concerted efforts to better the well-being of the populace in the region.
Of course, yeah, I agree 100%, just because East Africa is people, and among our people it is, there is a big percentage is youth. So it is all about the activity that the integration is about us. So we have to take part, we have to take a role in order to make this integration be beneficial to everyone.
Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, Congo, all of them have embassies in most of these countries. But if at all we were one region and we have just one governance, we would have one embassy, and that all that money that is being spent in about 7 embassies, that would be just one. But also lots of things that are being different. We could pick what is better in Tanzania, pick what is better in Uganda, Kenya, and all of it is together. We are only picking the good, and we have one government of many good things.
My experience was quite amazing, meeting people from different countries, exchanging ideas, engaging and debating as well.
Today, I must say I'm elated, I'm grateful and happy for being newly elected as the Speaker for the East African Youth Parliament. It is a great mantle, it is a big office, and all I can pledge is to work hand in hand with all the different speakers from all the different East African states that have their speakers, to have us work together and put together the different resolutions.
Of particular significance was the acknowledgement that inadequate governance stands as a formidable challenge confronting East African communities, thereby exacerbating more intricate issues within the region. Consequently, the youth underscored the imperative of instituting good governance as a fundamental measure, asserting that this represents the inaugural stride toward effecting positive transformations within the East African context.
The same challenges they have announced, they have been campaigning, the same complaints they have are exactly the same challenges, the same complaints that we have as ELFI. So it's a pleasure for me to really to announce it officially that we'll have to find a way to work more closely than this youth parliament.
Whenever issues of young people are not spoken out by young people themselves, they don't necessarily get audience.
This being the 6th edition of the National Youth Parliament, organized by Faraja Africa Foundation.
Yeah.
As always, the drill is you have the regional parliaments where youth get to debate on various issues. So how were the regional parliaments of this year?
Well, quite interesting. They were bigger compared to last year. Remember, because last year we still had COVID, that was, sketchy. This time around we had bigger numbers and we had wider participation.
This year's Central Regional Youth Parliament has been an interesting one, where I've had young people come together and deliberate on issues that are actually pressing us.
We are given those spaces to exercise and also give out our views to those local governments. We will try until Jesus comes back.
So far, this is the first youth parliament I've attended. Physically, I had attended the virtual one in 2021, but it has been a beautiful experience. A lot of brilliant people to meet, seeing the youth passionate about the matters of the country.
I think each year that gets by, the youth parliament becomes more interesting and it gets better. It's a very enriching experience to see young people debate on pertinent issues that affect them in society. It's a blessing to tap into their cups of wisdom because, they give us a fresh feel of what is going on at the grassroots, where we might not be able as leaders to reach on a daily. So young people's advocacy, strengthening the youth voice, is a platform that we really need to fully utilize, and the youth parliament offers it on a silver platter.
The question the youth are asking out there, how do you choose this member of parliament to come on the floor of parliament?
Okay, for starters, it is always a competitive process, that is for a fact. But in the competition, we look at leaders, young emerging leaders who have hands-on skills, who have done something, and we also give a lot of consideration to the leaders from the grassroots, because given our development approach, we're using a bottom-top approach. I don't want to lie to you that I'm going to go and pick someone that has been in power for some time, that is exposed already. No, we want that person who has not been here one time, or that person who is able to talk, who is able to speak. And of course, while we're doing that, we consider special groups, I'm talking about the PWDs, yeah. I'm talking about the special groups. We're looking at the women, the young mothers out there, and that person who maybe didn't finish school, but I tried to make it out there. So it's not like we don't want everyone to participate. I also have to have regional balances. We want each and every region.
I was so inspired by the sessions. When I was cheering, at some point I got lost in my head. I said, imagine this was the real parliament, because the people were really respectful. Under my guidance, I managed to imagine in 30 minutes, 18 politicians speaking to the point. That was special, and we need to improve this, keep on going with this. Now, one day is not enough for everyone to understand the content of the motions. We tried, but we can only try. So this has inspired me. I want to really talk, say, okay, what are the chances? Can we see, is there any chance that we could keep on these conversations? Maybe even if it's quarterly. Because this crowd, if they have another chance to debate, they'll just get better and better and better.
So the issues that were carried out from all these different regions were put together, and of course we use the whole problem analysis sort of method to come down to the motions that we've discussed today in the chambers.
During the event, we had 3 motions, but one of the most outstanding motions that really that really touched me was the motion on cattle rustling in the eastern part of Achule sub-region and Karamoja. This is something that we have been talking about. We tried all angles, and when this thing was brought, and I believe what we brought out here will again spark fire on the government to at least act.
Traders who have handed over their guns to the government, you will find that they have been promised that maybe we are going to give you these livestock and other things to do. Because what the Cajuns knows, most of them, they know about only cattle keeping. There should be an alternative of other things so that they don't go around and killing people, taking away their cattle. They should know that without keeping the cattle, we can also survive on our own.
It is not only about the cattle raids that is taking place. As I speak right now, families are leaving their home as early as by 5 p.m. to go to seek for a refuge in one of the nearest places that they feel it's a bit safe. One of them being churches, institutions like schools, just that they can comfort themselves in. Because these cattle raiders are no longer only taking cattle, but they're also killing people.
Well, the issue of climate change and then in relation to also agriculture for the young people, that one is very directly related to the young people, because climate change and agriculture eventually evolve into a reduction in the quality of life that the young people are living. And if young people cannot live a certain quality of life where they can have their basic needs and all that, it can set grounds for other challenges to rise, especially community-based challenges.
We've had a discussion around land, and this has been a very big challenge, where we have people have been losing their land grabbers. We've had people owning miles and miles of land in this place because of the different bureaucracies that rotate around land, lease, non-lease. But we've actually come to discuss this as young people, because in the long run we are all affected. These are areas of settlement, these are areas of habitats where the young people are living and actually trying to earn a living. Having agriculture as our background, the young people here are actually doing a lot of agriculture on this land. Others are rearing cows and others are planting crops. So having the young people come to discuss on these issues that are affecting them, especially the land issue. The land is rotating around economically, socially. And in all ways, the land is important to the young people and it is a resource to us.
Then for service delivery, it was mostly on medical interns and boosting the education of the country. And then for National Youth Council, we were of the view that we as youth, the budget should be boosted, since we see that in this financial year, it was decreased from 4 billion to 800 million.
So many issues within the health sector. I would point out that the government should really invest in the preventive measures, especially when it comes to cancer. Cancer has been a very big problem for the country. Looking at the women who have the breast cancer being the highest in the country. So if we have preventive measures, we will not lose a lot of money having to borrow from World Bank and all these other countries.
The greatest challenge that I identified is research. You see, when you are invited for the National Youth Parliament like this, you should come well equipped with knowledge, with information on what you are going to debate about. You notice during the debates in the House, there were a lot of challenges. People were challenging each other on information, on falsehoods of speaking this and that. So it is very important that moving forward for the future, young people should always invest their time to research about the issues that they come to speak about. It only does not distinguish them as prominent leaders in the future, but it also substantiates debate better for policy shaping.
The theme is in line with our International Youth Theme Day. It's about green skills. So we are trying to advocate for climate change. We also incorporated better livelihood. You know, climate affects us in every sort of way.
Green skilling is one thing that we need to push across the divide. Not only young people, but young people are the center of it, because we are the drive to sustainability. If we have the young people of today each acquire a green skill, then you can transcend it to another young person. And a green skill does not require a budget. It could be the basics of just protecting your environment, being cautious about environmental degradation, seeing how best we can have as many young climate change agents as possible.
For the two motions, the first one was on climate change. That is something very urgent. I'm personally going to take it to the Ministry of Water and Environment. I already have a meeting with the Commission of Climate Change.
Wow, you're already working.
Yes, we already. I have a meet, not in my office, but as an individual.
Wow.
So with the guidance of Faraja, I should be able maybe to try and table some of these things. There are opportunities to train young negotiators on climate change. Personally, I negotiate for government on climate change. I was in Germany last month doing that work. There's COP. So all these are training opportunities. We must table them, especially the climate change thing, and continue with the conversation. We are not implementers, but we have to push, learn how to lobby our agenda.
The issue of climate change and then in relation to also agriculture for the young people, that one is very directly related to the young people, because climate change and agriculture eventually evolve into a reduction in the quality of life that the young people are living. And if young people cannot live a certain quality of life where they can have their basic needs and all that, it can set grounds for other challenges to rise.
The best solution to jungle burning is a subsidization of the alternatives. If government sees fit, then they should subsidize electricity.
With the big theme of green skilling of the youth, this addresses the core issue of my generation. We have big population of the youth, not guided, without any meaningful skills. That is why they go into forest and cut everything down for very temporary need. But the big issue is, as legislators, we shall take it upon ourselves that going forward, when a bill comes into the floor, we need a certificate of environmental responsiveness and also bias on the youth, so that every agenda actually affects the youth.
To the organizers, this is a very good platform for the young people to express their views, and I hope that once these resolutions are taken high up to the ladders, feedback can be brought back to the people who initiated the conversations, and they can understand how their submissions fed into the national policies that are formulated.
Faraja Africa Foundation and her partners organized the East African Youth Parliament in 2018 following the establishment of the East African Community, which comprises of 7 member states, that is Burundi, Rwanda, Kenya, South Sudan, Tanzania, Uganda, and the recently added Democratic Republic of Congo.
Well, my name is Mbale Lugome. I'm first speaker of East African Youth Legislative Assembly. When you talk about the East African Youth Parliaments, and since I was the first speaker, I traveled all the 6 countries by bus. I met a lot of young people. I got a big connection with them. So that's really inspired me that what am I going to do after finishing being a speaker? So being a partner was the first thing I was looking to partner with Faraja and continuing supporting young people. And actually, we did it. We started advocating for the post-parliament agendas.
The East African Youth Parliament, also known as the Vijana Assembly, is a platform that provides young people with a dedicated space to participate in regional governance, advocate for youth issues, and contribute to the development and integration of the East African community.
What sparks your participation in the East African Youth Parliament?
I'm passionate about East Africa. I'm a Pan-Africanist, and I love having that nationalism, especially East Africa. Like how they say Africa is our business. To me, East Africa is my business.
An important thing to note about this year is that for the first time we have DRC on board, and Chris is not only the representative from DRC, but also the clerk for the 5th East African Youth Parliament.
I've learned so much from them, and one thing is for sure, the future of East Africa, as one of the honorable said, is in safe hands. Learning about integration and how we as youth could benefit, on some of the things going on in the YALA as an institution, but also how do we get more, Congolese youth mostly to join this movement and help advance the region of East Africa community as a whole.
The sexual reproductive health bill is pertinent to major issues concerning sexual education, issues concerning reproductive health, issues concerning the rights of people generally, inherently rights such as abortion, rights on segregative mothers, and all those, without forgetting menstrual health and hygiene.
When we look at East Africa in general, we are really blessed with abundant resources, especially agricultural resources. But the agricultural resources are not utilized economically and sustainably in East Africa. And that's why I raised that motion to urge the young people to really engage in the agricultural business. So we need to understand, especially the young people, they need to know that agriculture is the backbone of Africa in general.
We started advocating for African Charter on Democracy, Election and Governance. but also we were also advocating for South Sudanese to enter to Tanzania without paying visa. In that time, it was just like recently they were entering to the community, and still the young people from South Sudan, when they came to Tanzania, were entering by paying visa. So also we advocated for it, and that was the best practices.
In a nutshell, the EAYP aims to have young men's and women's voices in the critical decision-making processes from national to regional legislative processes, inspiring a coordinated regional governance framework while being the key enablers of change. The East African Youth Parliament, also known as the Vijana Assembly, is a platform that provides young people with a dedicated space to participate in regional governance, advocate for youth issues, and contribute to the development and integration of the East African community.
This is majorly a learning place. The more we present ideas here, we are grooming a leader.
This East African Youth Parliament occurs every year in November. It brings members, youth from member states, the 7 member states of East Africa, that is South Sudan, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, DRC, Rwanda, and Burundi.
I see myself as at the place that I feel I can speak for my people. Like our country is among of the country that is in the integration of East African community. So as I'm here, I see myself as a representative for others who didn't make it here.
The East African Youth Parliament being diverse, being a body that, or a platform that gathers different youth from different countries, 7 of them from the 7 member countries. Then when we talk about inclusivity on my own side, I just look at how do we bring everyone together? How do we get to harmonize their voices?
Faraja has been doing this for the past 6 years, and we can see that there have been some improvement in each and every year that we come for the sitting. First of all, it's the choice of the motion. Second of all, it's the choice of the people who participate in this youth parliament. You can see that the youth are eagerly and are very much willing to air out their views, and they have researched what they are saying. They are not just here for propaganda or just speaking out of nowhere.
This is my first time actually attending the 6th East African Youth Parliament. I got to learn a lot, getting together as youth, discussing what we're facing and being able to navigate and being able to discuss our problems and how to go about them.
During the proceedings of the 6th East African Youth Parliament in 2023, young people engaged in substantive discussions encompassing a spectrum of motions aimed at fortifying governance structures within the East African community. The motions included fostering the economic integration of youth, advancing initiatives related to sexual reproductive health, promoting regional peace and security, and advocating for heightened environmental sustainability within the EAC.
Motion number 1 was about implementing the East African integration and its governance. Now that, for me, it has been delayed a lot. I feel like it should have been done yesterday, and the fact that we had opportunity to discuss it here, I think maybe we shall be able to steer it. We were speaking about how the governance of East African community can take place very quickly. Now, I feel if at all this region is governing itself as a region and not just like countries, we would save lots of monies in administration.
Within this assembly, the youth formulated several recommendations and issued a collective appeal to their respective governments and authoritative figures, urging concerted efforts to better the well-being of the populace in the region.
Of course, yeah, I agree 100%, just because East Africa is people, and among the people it is there is a big percentage is youth, So it is all about the activity that the integration is about us. So we have to take part, we have to take a role in order to make this integration be beneficial to everyone.
Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, Congo, all of them have embassies in most of these countries. But if at all we were one region and we have just one governance, we would have one embassy. And that all that money that is being spent in about 7 embassies, that would be just one. But also lots of things that are being different. We could pick what is better in Tanzania, pick what is better in Uganda, Kenya, and all of it is together. We are only picking the good, and we have one government of many good things.
My experience was quite amazing, meeting people from different countries, exchanging ideas, engaging and debating as well.
Today, I must say I'm elated, I'm grateful and happy for being newly elected as the Speaker for the East African Youth Parliament. It is a great mantle, it is a big office, and all I can pledge is to work hand in hand with all the different speakers from all the different East African states that have their speakers, to have us work together and put together the different resolutions.
Of particular significance was the acknowledgement that inadequate governance stands as a formidable challenge confronting East African communities, thereby exacerbating more intricate issues within the region. Consequently, the youth underscored the imperative of instituting good governance as a fundamental measure, asserting that this represents the inaugural stride toward effecting positive transformations within the East African context.
The same challenges they have announced, they have been complaining, the same complaints they have are exactly the same challenges, the same complaints that we have as ELFI. So it's a pleasure for me to really to announce it officially that we'll have to find a way to work more closely than this youth parliament.
Whenever issues of young people are not spoken out by young people themselves, they don't necessarily get audience.
This being the 6th edition of the National Youth Parliament, organized by Faraja Africa Foundation.
Yeah.
As always, the drill is you have the regional parliaments where youth get to debate on various issues. So how were the regional parliaments of this year?
Well, quite interesting. They were bigger compared to last year. Remember, because last year we still had COVID, that was, sketchy. This time around we had bigger numbers and we had wider participation.
This year's Central Regional Youth Parliament has been an interesting one, where I've had young people come together and deliberate on issues that are actually pressing us.
We are giving those spaces to exercise and also give out our views to those local governments. We will try until Jesus comes back.
So far, this is the first youth parliament I've attended. Physically, I had attended the virtual one in 2021, but it has been a beautiful experience. A lot of brilliant people to meet, seeing the youth passionate about the matters of the country.
I think each year that gets by, the youth parliament becomes more interesting and it gets better. It's a very enriching experience to see young people debate on pertinent issues that affect them in society. It's a blessing to tap into their cups of wisdom because, they give us a fresh feel of what is going on at the grassroots, where we might not be able as leaders to reach on a daily. So young people's advocacy, strengthening the youth voice, is a platform that we really need to fully utilize, and the Youth Parliament offers it on a silver platter.
The question the youth are asking out there, how do you choose this member of parliament to come on the floor of parliament?
Okay, for starters, it is always a competitive process, that is for a fact. But in the competition, we look at leaders, young emerging leaders, who have hands-on skills, who have done something, and we also give a lot of consideration to the leaders from the grassroots, because given our development approach, we're using a bottom-top approach. I don't want to lie to you that I'm going to go and pick someone that has been in power for some time, that is exposed already. No, we want that person who has not been here one time, or that person who is able to talk, who is able to speak. And of course, while we're doing that, we consider special groups, I'm talking about the PWDs, yeah. I'm talking about the special groups. We're looking at the women, the young mothers out there, and that person who maybe didn't finish school, but they're trying to make it out there. So it's not like we don't want everyone to participate. I also have to have regional balance. We want each and every region.
I was so inspired by the sessions. When I was cheering, at some point I got lost in my head. I said, imagine this was the real parliament, because the people were really respectful. Under my guidance, I managed to imagine in 30 minutes, 18 politicians speaking to the point. That was special, and we need to improve this, keep on going with this. Now, one day is not enough for everyone to understand the content of the motions. We tried, but we can only try. So this has inspired me. I want to really talk, say, okay, what are the chances? Can we see, is there any chance that we could keep on these conversations? Maybe even if it's quarterly. Because this crowd, if they have another chance to debate, they'll just get better and better and better.
So the issues that were carried out from all these different regions were put together, and of course we use the whole problem analysis sort of method to come down to the motions that we've discussed today in the chambers.
During the event, we had 3 motions, but one of the most outstanding motions that really that really touched me was the motion on cattle rustling in the eastern part of Achule sub-region and Karamoja. This is something that we have been talking about. We tried all angles, and when this thing was brought, and I believe what we brought out here will again spark fire on the government to at least act.
Traders who have handed over their guns to the government, you would find that they have been promised that maybe we are going to give you these livestock and other things to do. Because what the Cajuns knows, most of them, they know about only cattle keeping. There should be an alternative of other things so that they don't go around and killing people, taking away their cattle. They should know that without keeping the cattle, we can also survive on our own.
It is not only about the cattle raids that is taking place. As I speak right now, families are leaving their home as early as by 5 p.m. to go to seek for a refuge in one of the nearest places that they feel it's a bit safe. One of them being churches, institutions like schools, just that they can comfort themselves in. Because these cattle raiders are no longer only taking cattle, but they're also killing people.
Well, the issue of climate change and then in relation to also agriculture for the young people, that one is very directly related to the young people, because climate change and agriculture eventually evolve into a reduction in the quality of life that the young people are living. And if young people cannot live a certain quality of life where they can have their basic needs and all that, it can set grounds for other challenges to rise, especially community-based challenges.
We've had a discussion around land, and this has been a very big challenge, where we have people have been losing their land grabbers. We've had people owning miles and miles of land in this place because of the different bureaucracies that rotate around land, lease, non-lease. But we've actually come to discuss this as young people, because in the long run we are all affected. These are areas of settlement. These are areas of habitats where the young people are living and actually trying to earn a living. Having agriculture as our background, the young people here are actually doing a lot of agriculture on this land. Others are rearing cows and others are planting crops. So having the young people come to discuss on these issues that are affecting them, especially the land issue. The land is rotating around economically, socially, and in all ways the land is important to the young people and it is a resource to us.
Then for service delivery, it was mostly on medical interns and boosting the education of the country. And then for National Youth Council, we were of the view that we as youth, the budget should be boosted, since we see that in this financial year, it was decreased from 4 billion to 800 million.
So many issues within the health sector. I would point out that the government should really invest in the preventive measures, especially when it comes to cancer. Cancer has been a very big problem for the country. Looking at the women who have the breast cancer being the highest in the country. So if we have preventive measures, we will not lose a lot of money having to borrow from World Bank and all these other countries.
The greatest challenge that I identified is research. You see, when you are invited for the National Youth Parliament like this, you should come well equipped with knowledge, with information on what you are going to debate about. You notice during the debates in the House, there were a lot of challenges. People were challenging each other on information, on falsehoods of speaking this and that. So it is very important that moving forward for the future, young people should always invest their time to research about the issues that they come to speak about. It only does not distinguish them as prominent leaders in the future, but it also substantiates debate better for policy shaping.
The theme is in line with our International Youth Theme Day. It's about green skills. So we are trying to advocate for climate change. We also incorporated better livelihood. You know, climate affects us in every sort of way.
Green skilling is one thing that we need to push across the divide. Not only young people, but young people are the center of it, because we are the drive to sustainability. If we have the young people of today each acquire a green skill, then you can transcend it to another young person. And a green skill does not require a budget. It could be the basics of just protecting your environment, being cautious about environmental degradation, seeing how best we can have as many young climate change agents as possible.
For the two motions, the first one was on climate change. That is something very urgent. I'm personally going to take it to the Ministry of Water and Environment. I already have a meeting with the Commissioner of Climate Change.
Wow, you're already working.
Yes, we already. I have a meet, not in my office, but as an individual.
Oh, wow.
So with the guidance of Faraja, I should be able maybe to try and table some of these things. There are opportunities to train young negotiators on climate change. Personally, I negotiate for government on climate change. I was in Germany last month doing that work. There's COP. So all these are training opportunities. We must table them, especially the climate change thing, and continue with the conversation. We are not implementers, but we have to push, learn how to lobby our agenda.
The issue of climate change and then in relation to also agriculture for the young people, that one is very directly related to the young people, because climate change and agriculture eventually evolve into a reduction in the quality of life that the young people are living. And if young people cannot live a certain quality of life where they can have their basic needs and all that, it can set grounds for other challenges to rise.
The best solution to jungle burning is a subsidization of the alternatives. If the government sees fit, then they should subsidize electricity.
With the big theme of green skilling of the youth, this addresses the core issue of my generation. We have big population of the youth, not guided, without any meaningful skills. That is why they go into forest and cut everything down for very temporary need. But the big issue is, as legislators, we shall take it upon ourselves that going forward, when a bill comes into the floor, we need a certificate of environmental responsiveness and also bias on the youth, so that every agenda actually affects the youth.
To the organizers, this is a very good platform for the young people to express their views, and I hope that once these resolutions are taken high up to the ladders, feedback can be brought back to the people who initiated the conversations.
I, Namgobe Vicky, swear in the name of Almighty God that I will at all times well and truly serve the Republic of Uganda in the office of the Speaker of Eastern Uganda Regional Youth Parliament, and that I will support and uphold the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda as by law established. So help me God.
Honorable members, as we are still standing, we are going to have our anthems. We are starting with the national anthem. Oh, Uganda, we lay our future in her. United, free, fully, but together we'll always stand. E Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu zote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, jumuiya yetu. And with our right hands on our hearts, we are going to sing the Lumasaba anthem. Usimewelere shiri Lumasaba, shiri mubibindu, bandu bisaba bandu. Muwikanyi, shiri kisaba bandu. Usimewele hure shirifa, ahongere singabi hunine nine. Feba masaba huire atwera, nihombe heshi shalo shefe masaba. Thank you so much. We are going to have an opening prayer. Let's humble ourselves and we pray.
Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you for this moment, and we thank you for the leadership positions in this place. We honor you for the grace you have bestowed upon us, and we believe that great things are yet to happen. As we are going to deliberate on matters in this house, we pray for the best and that our resolutions will be upheld for the goodness of the Eastern Region Youth Parliament. We pray all this believing in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. So we can take our seats. Honorable members, kindly stand up. All of us, we are requested to stand up. The speaker has to first sit before anyone else sits. Let's kindly have our speaker sit. Then we can also take our seats. Yes, we can now take our seats. Thank you so much for the cooperation. At this juncture, we are going to have opening remarks on behalf of the representative from GIC.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Yes, my name is Davina Joanita Kako. I'm honored to be with all of you here today. First, I want to congratulate Madam Speaker and the rest of everyone who has just been elected and awarded a position. I really celebrate you today. So I work with the German Agency for International Cooperation, or in short, what is called GIZ. GIZ is a company that implements sustainable development projects on behalf of the German government and the European Union here in Uganda, okay? And specifically in GIZ, I work with the governance program. The governance program has 3 key focus areas. Our first focus area is promoting and protecting human rights. Human rights are universal. They belong to everyone, everywhere, at every time. Our second focus area is strengthening accountability with a focus on transparency, accountability, and anti-corruption. I'm sure some of you have heard of something like TAC. TAC is the short form for transparency, accountability, and anti-corruption. And our third focus is supporting civil society. And so right now, I want to have some interaction with you, okay? I'm happy that some students were able to join us today. I'm yet to find out if they're in O-level or A-level. Nonetheless, I'm happy that they're here to also discuss and deliberate on the different issues that are going to be raised concerning the region. And so I want to pose a question to you. Who could share with us Article 1 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights? Can anybody tell us what Article 1 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is? Anybody? Okay. Okay, so I don't see any hands. Maybe I will also ask, has anybody heard about the Universal Declaration of Human Rights? Okay, that is very interesting. Yes, at least somebody. There are 2 people, yes. So anyway, Article 1 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights states that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and in rights. And so I'll pose another question to you. What shows that somebody is a human being? What makes one a human being, in your view? Yes? Is there a second microphone? It's important for people online to also, hear whatever we are talking about. Is there a second microphone? Okay, so she will be telling us what, in her view, a human being means.
Good morning, everyone. Mudondowini is my name. In my perspective, a human being is a person who has the features that look like any other normal being. For example, in case that person has the eyes, they have the ears, they have everything that a body contains, that person is a human being. However, what makes a human being different from animals is a sense of understanding. Thank you.
Okay, so she talked about features, eyes, nose, and a sense of understanding. In case anybody does not have a nose, then they are not a human being.
Okay.
Yes.
I think let me rectify myself. A human being is a person. Like I'm looking now at just like the picture of just like the picture of what people perceive as a human being. But again, having any kind of disability does not make you an animal. You're still a human being. But I think what makes a human being different from all the other creatures is the fact that a human being has a sense of understanding. Yeah, that instinct that is within the human self, like the human being, is what makes them different.
Sense of understanding. Yes, just those two, him and him. Yes. What defines a human being?
My name is Ayub Chirinya. To me, what makes one human is the ability to have moral judgment,
okay,
the sense of intelligence. You are able to speak a particular language. You have a culture. To me, those are some of the things that would describe a human being.
Okay, thank you very much. And lastly, in the interest of time, wow.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
I'm Wangs Emmanuel. A human being is somebody who has equal rights like other
Sorry,
people.
Mwangzi, which class are you in?
I'm in Form 3.
Form 3, okay.
Yeah. A human being is somebody who has rights like other people.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so a human being is somebody who has rights like any other person, has understanding, has culture, and all of that. So I'll just make the discussion short. A human being is anybody with a spirit, a soul, and a body. Okay. It doesn't matter if they are black or white or short or tall or old. As long as they have those three, it makes them a human what? A human being. And Article 1 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights states that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and in rights. So another question I want to pose to you is, do you think that youth are a homogeneous group? Are all youth the same? Let me just hear from you. You could look at your neighbor, look around. Are you a homogeneous group? Are you the same? Yes? You are all the same. Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh my. Okay. So he says that there are persons with disabilities, and then there are those who do not have disabilities. Please, you can't use the word normal. Persons with disabilities are also very normal people, very capable. It is the environment that disables them. Okay? Yeah. All right, so any other answer? Young people the same? Yes? Wow, the students are very active.
Good morning. I'm a Songa Rose Birunji. As for me, I say all the youths are the same. Given the reason as to why, we all pass through the same stages. And we all know, for instance, like adolescent stage, we all youths pass through that very stage. That's why I say we are the same.
Okay. So are you the same with this gentleman putting on a blue coat, a brown coat and a pink shirt?
No, but we all pass through the same actions.
The same stages.
Yeah.
Are you sure he's passing through some of the stages you're passing
Yes,
through?
he passed through them.
Okay. Okay, we shall leave that one at that. But anyway, what I wanted to emphasize is that young people are very diverse with various categories and backgrounds. Among young people are young girls, young men, persons with disabilities. There are those who are refugees, asylum seekers. There are those who are very rich. There are those who are poor. There are those with high literacy levels. There are those with a bit, low literacy levels. And so you are very, very diverse. And so when we combine the principles of human rights and the diversity of youth, it becomes clear that every young person present here today has the right to be here. Nobody should be left behind, okay? I believe some of us have heard of that statement, no, none should be left behind. LNOB, leave no one behind. Has anybody heard about that statement, the Sustainable Development Goals? Please put up your hands. Okay, all right. So one person has heard about the Sustainable Development Goals and its mantra, leave no one behind. That is very, very important anyway. And so, on the whole, I look forward to hear your discussions today, to hear your debate, and to learn from your perspectives on the different issues that you're going to raise today. Please be very active, be fierce, raise your issues with passion. Thank you very much.
Just a point of caution, I would kindly request that that microphone, which is in the audience, be moved to the front table where the speaker is. And at this juncture, we are going to have remarks from the guest speaker. Honorable Harima, kindly confirm if the guest speaker is in the building. Thank you so much for the confirmation. In the midst of us, we have the RCC, Mbale City. You're most welcome, sir, and recognize your presence. Thank you so much for deliberating our youth ideas and incorporating the youths in all the considerations which have been made. And at this juncture, I would love to welcome you to come and have a word to our parliament, and you'll be able to share with us your goals and hear from us for the resolutions we can put across. You're welcome.
The new elected leaders, other than Madam Speaker and your team, all invited guests, the organizers, our sponsors, the key stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Kadimba Hussein, Assistant RCC, Mbale City. I'm happy to be with you here today. And I first want to thank the organizers who invited me as your guest speaker today. Before I go further, allow me to use 2 minutes to introduce myself because I wanted you to know a person who have been invited as the guest speaker. I'm 40 years old, a married man with a family of 22 family members. 22 family members. Out of 22 family members, I have 10 biological children from 2 wives. The one who left me because of poor during those days. She left me when we had 4 children. Another one who is there, who is still looking after me with 6 children, 5 girls and 5 girls and 1 boy. The other one who left me, we had 4, all of them are boys. The total of 22 family members, the 10 are orphans whom I give hands. I take care of them, school, everything. I'm the one who is responsible for them. So as a younger generation, as you grow, I want you to have such a heart of helping the needy people. Before being appointed as the assistant RCC, I was a speaker of Northern State Division in Mbale City. I'm happy to be here as your guest speaker because we have a lot to share. Members, as younger generation, this country is in our hands. This country is in our hands. I therefore take this opportunity to appreciate our sponsor and organizers who made this day of function to look like as it looks like, colorful. The theme is very relevant and practical in the DC global village. The youth should always think ahead to come up with practical solutions that can liberate them out of poverty. Younger people, I want to urge you, let us leave this, let us not waste our time on social media. Let us focus how we can come out, or how we can come over poverty, because poverty has led our younger people into bad things in this country. So as your fellow younger generation, younger man in a city, I want to urge you to fight together to get out of poverty by joining government program like Yoga program, Youth Livelihood, and many others. Younger people should fully embrace all government programs. Let us be patriotic. Members, younger people, youth who are here, this country is losing a lot of money in corruption because people are not patriotic. Let us join our hands together to fight corruption. You see the roads we are having in the country. People are complaining about drugs in hospital, but because of corruption, people are taking all the money which is supposed to do those works. You find one person taking billions of money, leaving the country. Leaving the country without good roads, without drugs in hospitals. So let us join our hands together, because this country belongs to you, to us. The second last, let us join politics, younger people. Don't leave politics for the elders only. Join politics so that we serve our country. I know time is against us, but lastly, I want to request you with a humble heart, take care of your life. Take care of your life. I know some of you here, you are not married. Like I have my friend there. Are you married? Peter? Not yet. Younger girls and younger boys, take care of your life. Life is sweet, but short. And those who have already tested, please, if you are at the age of 20 above and you are done with your education, get married. These girls are there, but you want just to test on them. Please. No one can become a rich man without a woman. That is a fact, by the way. A person is standing in front of you because we are out of time. But Good enough Peter is there, and some of you who knows me, where I started, and the good thing, I know where I'm going. But having a big family, it has given me an opportunity to become a rich man. And some people fear to have extended family, but they don't know what they lose. They lose a lot from God, from Allah. So I request you, if you have tasted the sweetness of the woman, please get married. Get married so that you start building up your family, a very good family. Are we going to do it? Inshallah, let us put there, inshallah. Is it okay? Once again, I want to thank the organizers and our sponsor. Please continue supporting us. Continue supporting us to have such a wonderful trainings. Madam Speaker, you know I have been a speaker, but I know the roles of a speaker. It is to share the meetings. Don't again use a lot of power to leave others outside. You give opportunity, equal opportunity to those who want to liberate, so that our youth, because now you people, you are the coming leaders. And I know some of you from you, in the next election, you will be there on the ballot paper. Is it true? Inshallah. And I pray for you to go through. I pray for you to go through, inshallah, for those who want to serve our country. Let us keep peace. We want a country where when we are free, you move freely, you talk freely, and even you marry freely, not so? You marry freely. So with those few remarks, I want to wish you a good day, and maybe I will request the organizers. Madam Harima, where are you? You are there. I think we need to know each other inside and outside. I don't know when I say like that what. What I was meaning, Madam Harima, I will get one day and I host you in my home, so that you feel me. You feel me, that I'm the assistant RCC. You see? Those are words whom you like. And when I speak without people laughing, I don't feel myself. I always like people to laugh when I'm speaking. I think now you have filled, you have. I know we shall organize. That one we shall organize. Or in a hotel or at home, I can host you. And you have, also you see my family. Because for me, you see, in this world, I'm working for my family and the other people. So I feel good when you visit me, and I always host people like you. So, Madamu Harry note that, and the right honorable speaker, you note that next year, inshallah, when God gives us life, next year is not very far, unless when you die. But when you are still alive, just 3 months to go. Is it okay? So thank you very much for listening to me. I wish you well. I wish God to uplift you in finances. You know, I'm a head of 214 clans of Banyoli. So whenever I pray for you, you say Amina with one heart. With one younger generation, we know people fight each other, but what I can encourage, don't fight those who fight you. You will go to Jannah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you so much, Deputy RCC, Mbale City. At this moment, we are going on Order 6. Just a point of caution, there are so many movements in the House, and unfortunately, we had told you that the session had started. Being it in mind that the Speaker is in front of you, kindly respect the House, and we have few movements so that we can deliberate well. Let's have order, and we follow suit. Thank you so much. At this particular time, I'm going to welcome communication from the Speaker, and she'll commence the House. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my dear clerk. I appreciate so much. We are still in the morning hours. Good morning, honorable members. It is still 12 o'clock. So good morning once again, honorable speakers. I want to welcome you all to this Honorable August House today. The 17th day of July, 2024. Welcome, dear honorable members. Before we begin our proceedings, it's important to me that I pass a vote of thanks to everybody of you. I appreciate for whoever has supported and for the inclusivity aspect of it, that we are going to work together from now henceforth. As youth, we have a lot that we have to put across. So thank you so much, honorable members, for entrusting me with this vote to serve you as the Speaker of this honorable House. Next, I would like to put across our rules of procedure on how we are going to move as a House. And I beg that we shall heed to this procedure, because at the end of it all, whoever will not heed to the rules of procedure, I'm going to lay down, our Sergeant of Arms is going to have to put you out. So the first rule of procedure that we are going to have is number 1. As a speaker, I'm going to make sure that everyone is given chance to say something. So do not sit there and think I will not look at you. I'm not going to consider first at sight, but whoever, I'll try my level best to see that everyone is given opportunity to say, because this is a space for the youth that we have to do what? Embrace. But one caution that I am going to give unto everybody here is, let's have a meaningful debate, meaning that we have to submit things basing on evidence. Let's not raise concept of propaganda and concept of things that are not basefully evidential. Then, as we shall be moving in our session of debate, we are going to consider these things. Once you are chosen, please move forward, take the microphone. Okay, I'm going to allow our guest speaker to take leave as already requested, because he has other engagements he has to go to. Thank you, sir, for offering us your time. So I said, when you are called upon, or if you are chosen to come to give or to say something, please get up. Everyone is going to submit while standing. Everybody will sit. Everybody will stand except the clerk, my clerks, and myself. But everybody who will be given an opportunity to speak will move forward, take the microphone. You introduce yourself, your name, and your district or constituency, where you're coming from, before you tell us what you have to give on table, and it has to be evidence-based. The next thing is, we are going to prohibit movements. Please, we are going to prohibit movements because we are time-bound, and it's important that we have these issues discussed. And then we are not going to clap. We shall basically stamp our feet. Please, and we are not going to interrupt. Whoever's time shall be given, it shall be protected time and shall not be interrupted. So basically, those are the simple rules of procedure that we are having, but as time goes on, in my own discretion, I will add on some more rules of procedure. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And next on agenda, we are having motions. Order 7.1, motion calling on government to prioritize solutions that tackle unemployment in East Africa. Mover, Honorable Kisapita. Kindly take us there.
Good morning, honorable colleagues. Sorry, it's already afternoon, sorry. Good afternoon, honorable members. My I'm called Kisa Peter Makoko, but most people know me as Peter Poka. I'm here, I'm from Mbale district. I'm a youth leader in Mbale city. So I'm basically here to move a motion. That's a 7.1 motion calling on government to prioritize solutions that tackle unemployment in Eastern Uganda. I'm moving this motion in this House of the Youth Parliament so that this motion can go to the East African Parliament and it can be moved forward such that we can get solutions to these problems that are affecting the youth in Eastern Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kisapita. Kindly, could we have seconders to the same?
Okay, thank you, honorable members present. Before you is Mr. Madoi Sam, honorable member from Soronko district. Madam Speaker, I stand before you purpose to second the motion which is on the order paper number 7.1, talking about motion calling on the government to prioritize solutions that tackles unemployment in Eastern Uganda. Madam Speaker, if allowed in the August House, I beg to submit and accept the motion to be discussed. Thank you.
Honorable member, I beg to guide this House. You are not supposed to call the motion to be discussed. Your duty was to second the motion. Yes, you will.
Kindly, could we have the second seconder?
Good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Wandukwa Grace. I'm coming from Mbale City, Industrial City Division. I'm seconding the motion.
Honorable Kisapita, You have 2 minutes to justify your motion.
Honorable members, I'm here to talk about this motion because this motion is an important motion that is affecting us youths. And in this house, if I can look, we are all in the age group of the youths. As youth, we are facing a lot of challenges, especially here in Eastern Uganda, due to unemployment. And first of all, I would like to briefly elaborate what unemployment means in the youth. Unemployment means that there is a number of youths that are ready and physically capable to work in employment sectors in our society, but they don't have the jobs. And they have tried to look for the jobs in the previous time frame, but they haven't yet found the job. So they are just there, dormant, without being active in the employment sector of our country. So it means that our country is affected because the number of people in Uganda, the biggest percentage are the youths. So if the youths don't get work to do, it means our country is going to be what? Reluctant. We are not going to be in the productive sector of our society. So this is a problem that is affecting youths, and we really need the government to do what? To get solutions that can tackle this problem, and maybe our government can get fast development. I would like to elaborate on one country, that is China. China is developing fast because of
Honorable member, your time is first spent.
Okay, thank you. Honorable members, I would love you to please move with me on this motion such that this motion can really be handled and it can help us to really get jobs and work for our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, dear Honorable Member. So back to the August House. I want to open this motion for debate, but I want to re-echo that I'm going to give everybody opportunity to speak according to the protected time that shall be given unto you. And I still want to say that we need to have a meaningful discussion because this is one of the greatest issues that is affecting the majority of our youth in Eastern Uganda. So, honorable members, the floor is open for debate. We shall have our hands. I will choose the hands that I shall be seeing. Yes, honorable member. No, you will have to move to the stand.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Mbale Andrew. I'm from Chibuku District. And Madam Speaker, I beg to be guided on the procedure that is supposed to be taken. Because I thought after we have the motions read and seconded and justified, you're supposed to ask the House to adopt the motion. I beg to be guided, Madam Speaker.
Thank you much, Honorable Chinobere, for the guidance that you've offered to this House. So, let us adopt the motion. After adopting the motion, we are going to open the floor again for the debate. So, honorable members, do we adopt the motion? Let's have someone to adopt. Do we make a vote to adopt the motion? Should we adopt the motion? Those in favor say aye, and those against say nay. Motion has been adopted for discussion. We open the floor for debate. Yes, Honorable Chinovero, please move to the stand.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, my name is Chinovere Andrew Marvin. I'm a Gwere from Chibuku district. The motion before us today, the first motion on our order paper, is an issue pertaining unemployment. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here once again, debating this issue once again. I don't know if any of you is tired, but personally I am. Now, there's a quote that says that if a man doesn't know which port to sail, then there's no wind that is favorable. And that is what is happening with this country, that is happening with each and every one of us. Why? If we keep on debating the issue of unemployment without knowing which spot to hit or which target to hit, then we are going to be here each and every day in the regional parliament, in the national parliament, and East Africa. It doesn't matter. Now, to me, first and foremost, the biggest problem that we are having today may not even be unemployment, but lack of skills to actually be employed. Because it doesn't make any sense if at all the jobs are created. It doesn't make any sense for the jobs to be created if people cannot occupy these jobs. That's why you're going to go to town and you're going to find out that people are employing Indians. Reason being, the Indians are the ones with skills, you know? So, to me, the first problem that we need to tackle is development of skills so that the youth can have employable skills, you know? So, before we discuss anything else, honorable members, I beg that we put that in mind. Because if we do not have even the basics of adequate education to skill people so that they can be able to take up jobs, then the debate of unemployment is useless, sorry to say, you know. So, honorable members, to me, the biggest issue is lack of the skills, and I beg that one of the solutions we should take up is to skill the youth to be able to take up the necessary jobs that are there. Thank you very much. I beg to submit.
I want to thank Honorable Member Chinobero because he has laid a precursor of how our debates are going to take on place. Please, as you move to the floor to carry on the debate, make sure you're offering a solution to this motion that we are giving. So the floor is still open. Yes, Honorable Member Ayub.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You're welcome.
And the August House. I want to first of all disagree with my colleague that what is causing unemployment in this country is lack of skills. I want to let you know that government has put up a number of institutions whose aim is to skill the young people. The skilling centers across the country are an indicator that the youths are being skilled. However, after the skilling, they have not been absorbed into the employment sector of this country. The World Bank report of 2023 indicated that the unemployment rate among the youth did not change from the 2.9% of 2022. It continued to remain 2.9% among the young people in this country. Now, maybe we need to understand what is unemployment. Unemployment is the willingness of people to work but they cannot be absorbed anywhere. In Uganda, the unemployment rate of young people that is measuring the labor force of this country is still large. The margin between people that are working and those that are not working is still too wide. We have several universities that are producing thousands of graduates every single year. Now the question is, where are they going? Madam Speaker, 41% of the young people in this country are out of school, and they are not employed.
Honorable Speaker, allow me to interrupt you. I want to thank you for your evidential substance that you lay on board, but unfortunately we are running out of time. But also as I guide the House, I shall be giving extensions of a few minutes for those who shall only request for it. So.
Can I take some?
Yes, in 30 seconds, offer us a solution.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, given all this evidence as a country, maybe before I even go there, what has unemployment caused to us, the young people? Broken marriages, domestic violence, people are in loans. So I have a feeling that government has to do more in job creation. Now, even when they have created jobs, the pay that is there is not enough. Ladies and gentlemen, those that have moved and gone to the industrial park in Mbale here, you give evidence that 90% or even 99% of the people that work there are young people. But they will tell you, one, the working conditions of those people, of that place. Two, the pay. The pay. So ladies and gentlemen, as government continues to create jobs, let them look out, one, at the working conditions of the people that work there in those organizations, but two, can they also put a wage bill? Ladies and gentlemen, the problem of this country is the wage bill. If government is not deliberately, and I mean deliberately, putting up efforts that are looking how do we get a minimum wage bill, the problem of unemployment in this country will continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Member. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable Member, for that wonderful submission. So, Honorable Members, I'm guiding once again the House. Let us move in this House. We are here as youth. We are going to move away from the Book of Lamentations and move to the Book of Acts. Meaning that as we move forward, we as youth, we are tired of the option of lamenting. Bring your evidence, bring your complaint, lay it down, but give a viable solution that you hope as a resolution we can adopt in this honorable House. So we proceed. Yes, Honorable Minister. But where are the ladies?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Ivan Adakun. I come from Palsa District, and I'm the chairperson of Activista in Palsa District. The motion has been passed on the order paper 7.1, calling on the government prioritize solutions to tackle unemployment in Eastern Uganda. It's recognizable that we have among the highest unemployment rates, especially on the young people, given the fact that also in the third note, we have the highest populations of the young people. I've come directly on the proposed solutions. One of the things I look at on unemployment, in spite of the fact that the government has done a lot to try to tackle unemployment by these other ventures they have brought in, EMIOGA, PDM, Youth Livelihood Funds. We look at the Pillar 7 of PDM, which speaks about the mindset change. We can also look at the mindset of the young people. As much as most of us, all the young people have graduated, we come with the mindset saying we want to occupy jobs that are worth our lookings. I mean, we want all to go to the offices. Yet the other jobs which are outside there can also provide equally the same amount of payment, only that the young people consider those ones the data jobs. So not until we sit down with the young people or the government comes out with solutions and change the mindset of these young people, and also they can become more of job creators rather than job seekers. And then also investment in education and skills development, like the previous honorable spoke about, development and implement programs that enhance entrepreneurship skills among the young people, and then also strengthen the relationship between the educational institutions and the private sectors to ensure curriculum relevance and job placement opportunities. There is a year where Makerere University released a list of the courses they regarded to as outdated courses or expired courses. You saw how much that one caused the roar in the country. So if at all there is this kind of correlation between the institutions, education institutions, and then the job markets, so that the education institutions are training or skilling these people on what they think is relevant to come and occupy these positions. Then lastly, promotion of agriculture modernization, train and support farmers on sustainable agriculture practices and value addition. For example, train people on modern farming, where how best can someone utilize the smallest piece of land and make sure that at least results are coming up. We have a high population and we don't have enough land. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for the Honorable Member, for that wonderful submission. We proceed. Yes, Honorable Winnie.
Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, Ndondowini is my name, an activista, and I'm from Kibuku District, the chairperson, activista group. So, regarding the motion at hand or in the House, maybe for purposes of record, this is a youth parliament, and we are all, the people who are here, I believe we are all youths. So, let me pose a question. Who of us is employed here? By show of hand, if you're employed. Thank you. Who of us is unemployed and yet we finished maybe graduating, or we have the various skills that that really market us? Yes? Okay, thank you. I will now drive to my point. Many a times.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Many a times, we keep on lamenting and lamenting, but I believe one thing we need to do as youths is, the first thing is for us to market ourselves. You want to get a job. The first issue is, are you employed? And when we talk about employment, or when we talk about the skills, we mean those things that will make you extraordinary from the other people. Remember, we are in a competing world. So in order to make yourself marketable and to make yourself available fully for service, the first thing is to add value to ourselves. In case you're working in this particular aspect of life, or you're in this given kind of job, the first thing we shall have to do with we as youths, leave alone like us complaining to the government and whatever, but I believe the one thing that we have to do as youths, the one thing that we have to do is add value to ourselves. Adding value to ourselves means that you put love in whatever you do. Many a times we love things that are big, we love things that are dope. We are like what we usually say, we love things that are dope, but how do these dope things come about? We need to work as youths. We complain, but we do not want to work, despite the fact that we have the skills. So as youths, we need to wake up. Waking up means that we need to apply what we've learned from different schools, from the different institutions, and we put them into work. Then the other solution I would offer is to curb corruption. The Bible has a verse that says, give to God what belongs to God and give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar. So I would request the government to at least give the youths what belongs to them. in case this particular money or budget is meant to cater for the youth, let that money go to the youths. Not this money again going maybe to the older persons, this money going to other people. You know, so many a times we are left out as young people, and yet we have the highest population within the country. So I would request the government to give what the youth, to give what belongs to the youth, and give the other aspect to every person that demands for it or that deserves it. I beg to submit.
Yes, honorable members. Yes, we are back to the beauty of technology. So, as I was saying, I'm going to give everyone opportunity to speak, as I had already said, but unfortunately we are time bad. So it's important because we have very other important motions that are going to be raised on that table. So basing on that, allow us vote on this motion to be adopted in this house. So, I want to pass to vote and we adopt the motion on calling government to prioritize solutions that tackle unemployment in Eastern Uganda. Those in favor say yay. Those against say nay. We did not take note of that. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. Those of aye have it.
Motion 7.2. Motion urging government to create special report projects for the reintegration of teenage mothers in the community and education systems. Kindly, can I have Honorable Esther to take up the stand?
The right honorable Speaker, the estimated honorables. In front of you is Namwege Esther, a youth advocate from Mbale Northern Division. I hereby stand in front of you to move a motion urging the government to create special support projects for the reintegration of the teenage mothers in the community education systems. I thereby come in front of you again to move a motion because these special support projects will basically provide counseling and mentorship and as well flexible learning programs. By the virtue of the fact that you help me support this motion, it will empower the teenage mothers to be role models in their communities. It will also break the cycle of poverty. I call upon you all to come together with me to support this motion move. Let us work together to create a more inclusive, supportive education system that leaves no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Esther. Kindly, could we have seconders for this particular motion?
our dear Honorable Speaker and the fellow members in the August House. My name is Manana Francis, representing the youth from City, from Northern State Division. I hereby second the motion. Thank you.
Can we have the next seconder?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, and my fellow honorable members. I greet you all. I rise here to second the motion that states urging government to create special support projects for the reintegration of teenage mothers in the community education system. I second the motion.
Thank you so much, the seconders. Honorable Esther, kindly take the stand to justify your motion.
Someone has raised a point of order. Yes, Honorable Rashid. He's taking that.
Madam Speaker,
Introduce
thank you
yourself.
for the opportunity. I'm Rashid Kabiji, from a youth leader from Kedea. Seeking for your guidance as a point of order. The motion being seconded, I'm not seeing it on the order paper. The copy I have, I don't have it. So I'm seeking for your guidance, Madam Speaker.
Members of this August House. If that being said, then we have to move a motion to amend our order paper, and the amendment should be accepted. Is that so for everybody? Still, let us move a motion of amendment. Please, let's have a person to move a motion to amend the order. Yes, Honorable Regan.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Regan Wanyama, a youth leader in the city, Mbale city, but also I also lead an organization called the Light Youth of Uganda. And for this particular one, I am here as a youth advocate from Power to Youth program. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to move a motion to amend the order paper. Thank you so much.
Let's have two people to second him.
Any seconders of the motion?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm called Chepchumba Dana, a youth advocate from Bukwa, and you have, that is Uganda Youth Health Forum and Power to Youth, and I'm here to second the motion that states that urging government to create special support projects for the reintegration of teenage mothers in the community and education system. Thank you.
Honorable, Honorable, please come and restate your secondment. We are seconding an amendment to the order paper.
Okay. I'm seconding on the order paper number 7.2 that states that.
I'm seconding an amendment on the order paper.
I'm seconding an amendment on the order paper 7.2 stating, urging government to create special support projects for the integration of teenage mothers in the community and education systems. Thank you.
Thank you once again. Upper the Truth, Youth Advocate Power to Youth, representing Northern Division, Mbale District, Mbale City. And I am here to second the amendment of to the Order Paper 7.2 of the motion urging government to create special support projects for the reintegration of teenage mothers in the community and education systems. I second the amendment.
Thank you so much. Let us vote to this motion. We are going to make a vote on the amendment on the order paper. Those in favor say yay, and those against say nay. Yay. Please, we are youthful, we can do better than that. Those in favor say yay, and those against say nay. Yay. Those for yay have it.
All right, now that the motion has been amended, the amended version is motion urging government to create special support projects for the reintegration of teenage mothers in the community and education systems. I'm requesting Honorable Esther to justify her motion.
Thank you once again. Teenage mothers are basically, these are mothers that are under age of 18 years. According to the Constitution of Uganda, 1995, as amended, provides for that any adult of age is 18 years and above. By the virtue of this, any person who is below the 18 years is then a teenager or a minor. So we consider anyone who has gotten pregnant during that age below 18 is then considered as a teenage mother. There, go on and let the August House know that teenage mothers' rate has increased. When you look at the case in point in Mbale, the report says that the people that go for family planning, the teenagers that go for family planning, have increased from 400 in 2020 to 6,000 in 2021. When you look at the report from Busia, shows that out of the 122 of them are teenage mothers that are also seeking for family planning services. This basically is rising from a number of things that I will list down. This basically is because of the limited access to education. Some are cultural norms, whereby some of the parents have a presumption that once a child has breasts on their chest, then they're equivalent to become a mother. And also I'll talk about the activities that are the border, marriage, those to engage into sexual activity. I will say that this of mostly. Perhaps we should emotional psychological challenges, trauma, isolation, depression, anxiety to them. And also there is also an increased risk of substance use, like use of alcohol at a young age, because they're looking for a way to escape away from the traumatized stage they're in. To do it, they have to go in and do alcohol. However, if we look at those impacts, they're negative. But that's why I came in and asked to urge the government to provide those special support projects. Government as a whole is a big thing, but it has its own stakeholders. For instance, we shall look at the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Health, and the Ministry of Gender. By the virtue of the fact that government can fund all, the budgeted fund can help these bodies to come up an aid specifically looking at the teenage mothers. I will go on and talk about the legal framework that would be used. We have the 1995 Constitution of Uganda as amended, and also we have the revised guidelines for the prevention and management of teenage pregnancy in school settings in Uganda, and as well also PRCs in school. I'll basically go on and give in solutions, because at the end of the day we are looking at the solutions on how to to see that these teenage mothers are being supported. Sorry. Basically, I'm going to look at the psychosocial support. Through this psychosocial support, if government gives in this, if the government actually should give in the psychosocial support through the counseling programs, specifically putting in an office for counseling, specifically counseling the teenage mothers. And also the government should also create a conducive environment for these teenage mothers, by the virtue of the fact that it has helped us, the youth. But then, are there by request for like 30 minutes? I mean 30 seconds?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
30 seconds, granted.
I'll also talk about the economic ventures. Government putting in economic ventures for these particular teenage mothers. For instance, giving in agricultural activities and horticulture activities. It is giving access to these teenage mothers to actually raise in a fund for both their funds at school and also their children that have given birth to. And also, I would urge the government also to come in to support the teenage mothers in their activities that they have done in the community, for instance, giving in funds. Thank you so much. I thereby rest my case.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for the justification. So we are going to make a vote to adopt the motion for discussion. So members of Visaga's House, we vote on the motion to be adopted on calling the government to prioritize solutions that tackle unemployment in Eastern Uganda. Oh, apologies. We make a vote to adopt the motion for discussion, urging government to create special support projects for the reintegration of teenage mothers in the community and education systems. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. Aye. The ayes have it. So let us open the floor. I hereby open the floor for debate. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just raising on a point of order. The motion that you have just passed has not been debated. Is it therefore in order for us to approve a motion that has not been debated?
We have just for guidance, we have just made a vote to open the floor for debate.
I just wanted to give us a clear proceeding that once the mover of the motion has spoke the motion or justify the motion, then we go ahead and debate the motion, have the vote after the motion has been made. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your guidance. So let's open up the floor as we had already done for debate. Yes, Honorable Mary.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Protocol observed. My name is Karanya Mary, and I'm a youth advocate of Uganda Youth and Adolescent Health Forum. I'm hereby to add on to my sisters just said. In Uganda, actually, to say the government should prioritize on giving scholarships to teenage mothers, because sometimes when a young girl is to get pregnant, some parents, I'm speaking out of experience, an uncle of mine let go of his child because she was pregnant. And for that, I have to say that government should prioritize in giving these teenage mothers scholarships in schools so as to encourage them that no matter how they become pregnant at a young age, they have an opportunity to continue with their education instead of them sitting idly at home and doing nothing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You know, this issue is more touching to the feminine gender, but we want to also hear what the male honorables have to say. Yes, Honorable Titus.
Thank you so much, our Honorable Right Speaker. Before you, I'm called Nagwere Tito from Mbale District, Bungoko North constituency. I've come here to support the motion that have been amended. Allow me, Right Honorable Speaker, to bring in this in the society where I am coming from, Bungoko North. We have encountered untold problems that are facing our teenager mothers at school. You find younger teenager mothers jangling around with children in school, yet the government have not been in position to offer facilities that they could use. So our humble prayers to the government should intervene and put up special offices that can tackle about the problem teenager mothers are having. For instance, it can open up a special office at the district that can recruit role models, like mothers who have ever gone through the challenge of early marriages, to go and teach younger teenagers on how they can avoid to fall a victim. With those few remarks, I would like to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Rashid.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rashid Kaviji, a youth leader from Bukedea. I'm raising on a point of my sister who has just submitted a proposal that teenage mothers be given scholarships to proceed with their education. I have a fear with that proposal that if you give a teenage mother a scholarship, it's like you are rewarding her for getting pregnant. And therefore expect others to look for early pregnancies in order to win what? Scholarships. So I have a fear with that. My own suggestion would be to allow the teenage mothers to continue with their education, to ensure schools open up for them. Because schools have a tendency, once a girl gets pregnant, is just away, but does not bother to look for the boy maybe who impregnated her. You get a point? So the boy will continue impregnating as many as possible. But the girls continue to drop out. So I agree, there is a problem. Can I use, I request for more 2 seconds, just to conclude.
Okay, conclude, but we may not be giving more extensions because the speaker has started becoming so lenient.
Thank you. So I'm concluding that a proposal to offer scholarships to teenage mothers shouldn't be adopted. It will be a reward. Just open the doors for them to continue with education. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, yes, Honorable.
Okay, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Call me Cheptoek Saiva, youth advocate in Bukwa. Help me support that motion given by our sister, and indeed, I would love to support it in that government should create that support to those teenage mothers. You know, one of the causes of these teenage mothers is discontinuity in school. I'm sure in almost all secondary schools, there are checkups almost every month So I would request that those checkers may continue, yes, but those found pregnant can be given another support. Meanwhile, they are still continuing with their studies. Even if they may not be given the sponsorship, but still they have that environment. Then, because in the place I come from, some 3 students were sent out of school because of that pregnancy, but because of that stigma and you know how you feel when you're pregnant, I mean, these your schoolmates, 2 of them aborted, the other aborted twins and she died. Even another also aborted, both the 2 died and we buried them in one day. So supposing that given them that room to study amid their pregnancies and given that special care, I don't think they would have rushed into it. So government should really create support with them. And those who have not managed to continue with school because of the stigma, I would request that though there are programs supporting them in Emyoga, maybe YLP and the like, there is always a tendency that these people are not regarded in the societies because people leading those other organizations are always elders and coming up as a teenage mother to take maybe a soft loan or take other things becomes hard because they would want to see a lot of sureties. Maybe you have one land agreement which the youth doesn't have. Maybe they want you to be having an established home. Now, youth tend to fail because they may not be affording those things. As I summarize, I request therefore that indeed these special support projects should be granted, especially to the Eastern. Back to submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We'll just take one more person. We'll take one more person. Yes, student leader. It's very important we give these students spaces for mentorship because they are our next generation.
Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Wekwela Isaac Kevin from Maha ICD Secondary School, and I'm here to talk about the motion which is already amended, that the motion which is written on the paper, asking the government to support the teenage mothers, and this is really serious in our communities, like these teenage mothers. For them, they are like those ones who are in villages. They have tried to, the government has tried to form projects which can support them, but indeed the leaders which are placed to lead those projects, they are promoting sectarianism and tribalism in the way that they are only favoring their people from their regions. Like those people, like the project has been raised for the teenage mothers. For them, they go ahead and give chance to those who are not even teenage mothers, hence making the teenage mothers not to benefit. So I conclude by saying that the government should put strict laws against tribalism and sectarianism. Thanks.
Thank you, our dear youth leader, for that wonderful, amazing point. Honorable members, allow this house to proceed. Honorable Wanyama, is that a point of order?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Again, my name is Regan Wanyama. Right Honorable Speaker, I am coming to seek on point of order, as you say. Right Honorable Speaker, when you're starting the session in the August House, you definitely say that everyone will speak and everyone will speak for the points. Right Honorable Speaker, I in my faith and in my spirit, I feel like we are not exhaustively giving the issues affecting the young people and exhaustively talking about these motions. I pray that Faraja and the partners who came to organize this particular thing, I pray that you give us enough time so that we can elaborate more about these things. The fact of the matter is that these things are truly affecting the young people, and we definitely, why we left our homes and our businesses and our occupancies, it is because we wanted to come and talk about them. So, Right Honorable Speaker, please, I pray within your powers that you give us more chance to speak on these matters. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. And if you don't mind, Right Honorable Speaker, I come to as well submit in support of the motion.
We are living in the world of democracy, and as I stipulated before, that it's important that we the youth are given ample time that we can be able to elaborate on issues and not leave issues hanging. And given the fact that Right Honorable Wanyama comes out, I'm going to use my discretional powers to add him an opportunity to air out, because it's true that given the prevalent statistics that are ongoing, we have a lot of issues concerning teenage pregnancies, and I find it a very pertinent issue to be discussed exhaustively in this House. So we shall just take Honorable Wanyama to give his submissions, but I just pray that it is not a repetition of a resolution that has already been stipulated.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to bring this August House to attention that within the year of 2019 to 2021 or 20, we had a pandemic. That was coronavirus. And I also want to bring to our attention that during that time we had a lockdown. Right Honorable Speaker, if you're to look at the statistics on the teenage pregnancy rates, we shall all be shocked. Right Honorable Speaker, as I speak now, there are very many young girls outside there who would wish to go back to school, but unfortunately they can't go back to school. Why? It is because of the impact the lockdown brought onto us. The young people got pregnant and they were denied chance to go back to school. Right Honorable Speaker, I also want to rebut the Honorable's point where he say that we should not give government should not give these young people chance of scholarships. Right Honorable Speaker, and the August House, I want to bring to our attention that not every person who gets pregnant goes there with consent as a young person. Young people fell victim of rape. Young people fell victim of defilement. What do we do to such young people? And in the basis of that, very many parents or guardians did not understand the situation. I have a scenario where a parent denied a young girl, why would you get pregnant and yet I'm offering you fees? And said, leave my house. So if such a girl wants to go back to school, what do we do? Should government not come out and provide scholarships? Right Honorable Speaker, and the August House, I want to bring to our attention that education is the key to success. I also want to tell us that stigma in the community has killed very many young people. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I come with a few solutions to that. We have seen that stigma has been an issue to the young people who are pregnant. That is why you see some of them are running out of school and not going back to school. So government should come out and issue projects that in line to guiding these people, giving them empowerment, telling them what it is. Let the government come out and tell the young people pregnancy is not the end of the journey. You know, we have to empower these young people and give them hope. And in hope and advising them to go back, one will tell you, I don't have tuition to go back. But I have the chance, I really have how is it said, to go back to school, the urge. But they don't have the tuition, their parents denied them. What should we do? Government should come out and do that. Right Honorable Speaker, I know time is not our best ally, but I also want to ponder on the issue of the economic support. The mover of the motion talked about it, and I feel like she did not explain it exhaustively. Right Honorable Speaker, when we talk about the support, we are looking at training these young mothers to be economically empowered, so that when a young mother goes to school, he has no that mindset. I don't have the money to feed myself. I don't have the money to feed my child. I don't have money to provide myself tuition. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable, for that wonderful submission. Members, this issue for teenage pregnancy, I want to agree that it is a very pertinent issue, especially in Eastern Uganda. Because as I told you, if you look into the media accounts and everywhere in Eastern Uganda, we have a high prevalency rate of teenage pregnancies. But also, I guess that the next motion that concerns the issues of the education budget and concepts of climate change can also be discussed line in line with the concept of teenage pregnancy, because they all revolve around it. So, honorable members, allow me to continue with the other motions so that we can be able to even integrate the concept of teenage pregnancy into other motions, because everything works hand in hand. That is my concept and belief. So we are going to move on and make a vote on this motion to be adopted by this honorable house. Let us vote. We make a vote to adopt the motion to urge government to create special support projects for the reintegration of teenage mothers in the community and education systems. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The aye have it. So members, and as before we proceed, it's important that I make an amendment also in the rules of procedure. We are going to first debate before we vote. We are not going to first vote for the discussion, but we are going to first vote. Debate. After debating, we are going to vote as has already been guided. I hope that is okay. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Motion 7.3. Motion to increase the education budget allocations for education in Eastern Uganda. Mover, Honorable Gladys. Kindly take the stand.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm called Namakonja Manjel Gladys from Mbale City, Industrial City Division. I'm right here to move the motion on the order paper 7.3. Motion to increase the education budget allocations for the education in Eastern Uganda. Honorable members, I beg that we allow and we discuss on this motion in that in the eastern side of Uganda, as education is concerned, when we look at our schools, most especially in the rural areas, you look at schools whereby they only have maybe 2 structures and children are studying under the trees. So it is really alarming that the government of Uganda should look in it. And I beg that as we discuss here, that it should be put on paper, that they should look in it. It is also on the same way with the teachers in the rural areas. Mostly, let us look at the mountainous areas where teachers move. I personally, I come from Boginyanya,
where you've had most times with the landslides, and where you find a teacher moves miles away and he has to climb the mountain to reach and teach. So it is really very hard for the education sector in the mountainous areas. So I beg members that we may support the motion. Thank you.
Kindly, can I have seconders to that motion?
Thank you so much. My name is Emmanuel Edonu, and I'm from Soroti. I stand here to second the motion to increase education budget allocation for education in Eastern Uganda. Thank you.
Good afternoon once again. My name is Chinobere Andrew from Chibuku District, and I'm here to second the motion, the third motion of today. Thank you very much.
Honorable Gladys, kindly the floor is yours to justify the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank the House for having allowed that we may discuss on this motion due to its alarming point that mainly in Eastern, for those of us who come from the mountainous areas, I am going to discuss mainly in the mountainous areas. Eastern mainly, there is a lot alarming. I would give an example. There is a school called the Buginyanya Primary School up in the mountain, and most of the teachers come from the lower Bulambuli. Members, these teachers, by the time they get to school, when they're already exhausted, and by the time they enter class, the children receive very little from them. And sometimes these teachers do not even have a meal at school due to the corruption that in that what the little that the government says that it is supporting with these schools, in that they are UPE schools, that little is being shared, and by the time it reaches to the school, when it cannot handle so much, you find that teachers sometimes do not have even a meal at school, and what do you expect? Will a teacher give the best to the student? No, I don't think. So I would love that as we discuss, we put it in point that government comes in with the strict resolutions that whatever that is going to schools may reach, and it is not shared amidst the so big people in the government. I believe when I talk about the big people, you know, I am not going to mention anybody for the security purposes, but allow me say it that the little that the government is sent, it is not reaching these schools, and the schools are not producing the best that they are supposed to produce. The students who are also coming to school, some of them when they sleep hungry due to too much poverty, In the villages, there is a lot of poverty. Though the government is talking about the PDM, the imyoga, the what, there is a lot to be done. Because all these systems, yes, they are there, but what is affecting us is corruption. There is a lot of corruption. It has now become the order of the day. That the final person does not benefit. Thank you, Madam Speaker, but I would love that just add me only 2 minutes as I finish.
Honorable Gladys, the justification was sufficient enough. Yes, so.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, as we had already an amendment in the rules of procedure, we are just going to open up the House for debate. I would love to see people who have not yet submitted or said anything. Yes, youth leader, because this really affects youth school leader. It usually affects school students, so it's important to give them audience to be able to offer viable solutions. Please let us recommend resolutions and not lament.
Thank you, Madam Honorable Speaker, for the chance granted. My name is Monks Emmanuel from Mahai Seed Secondary School. I'm here to talk about the motion which says to increase the education budget allocations for education in Eastern Uganda. Once the education budget is increased, this will help the school to run activities which are going to help with the youth, especially new curriculum students with new curriculum activities. The government is buzzing only on schools in Western region, not Eastern region also, because right now a child in a secondary school, when he or she enters a new curriculum, he or she should come out when it's having any skill, but we have limited things. Now, in new curriculum, they may teach you how to make cakes, but the things to use, they are not there. So once this education budget is increased, the schools, the Ministry of Education will be able to provide enough money to the schools to carry out these activities, and this will reduce on people, on the youths who just sit at home and they will admire to come to school because they are seeing their friends are learning something. Because right now, a student may say, even if I don't go to school, we are going to be the same. Reason why we are not acquiring, we are just acquiring knowledge, but not practicals. So once the government supports this, once the government supports, increases the education budget, it will be able to run, the schools will be able to run its activities. Once the education budget is increased in Eastern Uganda, this reduces on illiteracy number of youths in the areas. As one of our honorables came here and said, we have few structures, most especially rural schools. So a person or a child comes at school and finds a Honorable Speaker, I beg for 1 minute.
Student leaders, 30 seconds.
Okay, thanks very much. Once this budget is increased, the schools will be able to set up some structures which will cater for students to have enough seats, whereby other people also will come to school, because some people say, even if I go, I'm going to lack where to sit, but when the structure is enough, they will come. So our idea is, if they are taken to the government, it will say that we don't have money, but my solution is, let the government reduce on the number of ministers or reduce on their salaries. This money which is given to ministers, let it be, let the government reduce on their salaries and put this money in education sectors in order to reduce on high rates of criminals, because we know the youths were the ones who commit them, but what's causing all that? We're not going to school. We say provided that Kenya, it reduced, but the activities are going to be remaining running. We have a number of MPs in government. Now, like our region here, Bungoho, it was divided 3 times. I request that if the government can be able to bring it back and to be only 2 times, Bungoho South and Bungoho North, the money which will be given to the MOP of Bungoho Central, it will be brought to to the Minister of Education. Thanks very much.
Thank you for your wonderful submissions. Honorable Kipea.
A very good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Chipea Dennis, a youth leader in Bugisu sub-region, coming from Bududa district. I raise to talk about the motion that states urging government to increase the education budget allocations for education in Eastern Uganda. Members, I want to give a living testimony. I happen to be a former student leader. I have served at the National Executive Committee of the Uganda National Students Association, an umbrella body that unites all students in Uganda, starting from secondary schools to universities and tertiary institutions. While I was serving as a National Executive Committee, member of the Uganda National Students Association, we had an engagement in Kumi. That was in 2022. I landed on a teenage mother with about 3 kids. Imagine, I don't know at what age this young girl gave the first birth. She gave us her story, and it was so touching. Luckily enough, she had struggled her best and got back to school, irrespective of the challenges she was going through. But now imagine, this is a teenage mother struggling to pay her own school fees. The time we met her, she was in senior 3. Imagine, senior 3. The firstborn and the secondborn had also started schooling. The father to the kids is nowhere to be seen. She has to struggle on her own, find her own tuition, and find tuition for the young kids. This story was so touching. We tried our level best as UNSA. We raised school fees for this young girl for senior 3, senior 4, senior 5, and senior 6. Surprisingly, when we did that, so many young girls started contacting UNSA. This is one, so I'm in this district, I have a challenge, but within our means as UNSA, we couldn't help all these students. So I am raising to pose a question to you, honorable members, that do we really have free education in Uganda as the government states? Because I have been to government schools where they are paying tuition worth 1 million plus. And it's a government school. They receive funding from the government. Everything is paid in that school by the government. Even slashing of the compound is paid by the government. So where is this 1 million being charged per student doing in this school? Do we really have free education in Uganda? Thank you. I beg for 30 seconds to conclude. So my solution is, I want to urge the government.
I have not yet decided on the point of increasing you more time or not.
Sorry.
Given the fact that it's so captioning, I'm just giving, please let it be 30 seconds.
Thank you. I want the solution to be, can government make free education be free in reality? Because if we have these young girls in schools, then we are going to reduce on the rate of teenage pregnancies. And I don't mind. So if we are in schools, I believe we are going to cut down the rate of teenage mothers. I beg to submit.
So, honorable members, I think we get to understand that motion 7.2 is very pertinent to this house. So, just one more, yes. And then we move to the next motion. Because I am finding that they are still linking the education budget back to the concept of teenage mothers. So let's just have one more person and close that motion.
Thank you once again, Right Honorable Speaker. Apa the Truth is my name, representing Northern Division, Mbale City. According to the recently passed budget, there was an increase from 52.7 trillion to 72.1 trillion, which means this budget caters for all the government sectors, education inclusive. And this represents an increase by 36% from the previous budget. I think the issue here may not necessarily be to increase the budget allocations for education, but rather, where is the money going? The government should at least try to follow up. I don't think the government can just leave the education sector without allocating funds, but where are the funds being allocated going? I think we should zero down to corruption. If the money is being allocated, I am very sure the money is allocated, but where is the money going? Let the government first zero down to corruption, find out where this money is going before we increase the money, because we are going to increase, but then still the corrupt officials are going to swindle the money. So some of the things the government would rather do is to put strict rules on how this money is being spent, or follow up whether the money is being spent appropriately, rather than to just increase without knowing how the money is being spent. I beg to submit.
Thank you for that wonderful submission. Honorable members, this is a pertinent issue which I've told you still is revolving down around the same motions. Please, let's pass a vote. So, a vote to adopt the motion to increase the education budget allocations for education in Eastern Uganda. Those in favor say aye, those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Thank you so much. Motion 7.4, motion to urge government to invest in solutions that mitigate the effects of climate change in East Africa. Mover, Honorable Ramutogo Shamira.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorables at large. Moving this motion, urging government to invest in solutions that mitigate the effects of climate change in East Africa. My name, I'm Ramtoga Shamira. I'm a youth councillor, Kamonkoli. I'm representing people living disabled people with disability. I'm moving a motion urging government to invest in solutions that mitigates the effects of climate change in East Africa. Madam Speaker, climate change in Eastern region, we have problems in Eastern region with climate change, whereby government, they don't support us. Like in Budadili, we face a problem of floods, people, people like in Budadili, they face a problem like rainfall in their homes. I'm sorry.
Yes. It's okay. Let her take her time.
People in those ends, like Budadili, they face a problem of floods in their houses. Properties, they are destroyed, so no one can help them. And climate change affects people in Eastern region, like agriculture. In agriculture, floods destroy their food, crops, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. She can't hear the steps, just flower like this. She cannot hear the steps, please. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Shamira. We really appreciate. Kindly, could we have seconders of that motion?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand here to second the motion. Thank you.
But you didn't introduce yourself and where you're coming from. It's very important for my clerk to take note of that.
My name is Ayub Chirinya, youth leader in Mbale City.
Mr. Obliged.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. By the names, I'm called Wepo Kulabne, youth leader, Manafa District. I'm here to second the motion, which is in the House now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Shamira, the floor is up yours for justification.
Do you feel comfortable?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm here to move the motion. Sorry. Thank you. In Eastern Uganda, we face a climate change affects agriculture, infrastructure, and human lives. Climate solution reduces distance risk and improve resistance.
Thank you so much for that. And so let us open this motion for debate to the House. Yes, Honorable Edonu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. My name is Emmanuel Edonu, and I'm from Sorority. And I stand here on the motion to urge the government to invest climate change mitigation solutions in Eastern Uganda. Whereas we all know that this is one of the most significant problems we are facing as a country, and in particular, Eastern Uganda has been facing the severe beat of climate change. Look at the landslides, look at the different floods happening in different areas, look at the drought that is hitting different ends of the eastern districts. So you realize that it has posed a very big threat on our infrastructural development. It has posed a very big threat on food insecurity. Now, what must government do? Government needs to invest on climate mitigation and adaptation solutions and initiatives, such as early warning systems. For example, we have mudslides that keep on happening this side of Mbale region, districts of Bududa. If we have these systems in place, we'll be able to take care of our people, as the motion was justified by my honorable, talking about loss of lives, talking about property, and among others. If we have these early warning systems in place, we'll be able to safeguard life and protect the communities from such a diverse catastrophe that keeps on hitting us. Also, we need to look at crops that can resist climate change, because we have realized that as we live today, the weather patterns have changed. Gone are the days where we knew that this is the season where we plant A, B, C, D, and this is the season that we plant so and so. Now, when we have such crops that are resistant, regardless of the time factor or the period when someone plants them, they will be in position to thrive, and this will boost food security. So climate change is a very big issue, not only affecting Uganda, but it's also affecting the nation, it's affecting the continent, and it's affecting the world. And I urge each and every one of us that we need to stand up, because this is among us, the sustainable development goals that we have. Only 30 seconds, Madam Speaker.
Rejected.
All right, thank you.
Your point has been put across, I believe. It has really been put across. Is that a hand right there behind? I'm not. Yes. Yes, let's have a lady. Hmm?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity given. I've come to give solutions for the motion that is passed. I am called Mugala Electina, an activist from Palisa. I would urge the government to develop green infrastructure projects, including afforestation and creation of green belts to enhance carbon to enhance the increase of carbon in the air. That will enable the air to clear up for of us. As individuals or as an activist and members in Palisa, we have embarked in engaging the community in planting trees, and we did it last year, and we were able to plant very many trees that the district came up and managed to support us and took up with the project. We also want to sensitize, it's all about sensitizing the community as a whole on the dangers and effects of deforestation. Because if you don't tell them the effects of deforestation and what it causes, if you cut down a tree, what will come out of that? Obviously, they will continue doing that, which will continue bringing that problem of climate change. And you'll say the government should help, but when, as the community, we have not yet gone ahead to sensitize our other fellow members to know the dangers and reduce on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, I'm so getting lost with names. Yes, let me have, yes, Honorable Member. Let him come first, then you come next.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. By name, I'm Ochole Abraham. I come from Bukedia District, and I'm a social movement activist. I'm here to elaborate on the motion that has been put forward that states that to urge government to invest in solutions that mitigate the effects of climate change in Eastern Uganda. Mine is very clear and categorical here that government should have, we urge government to have clear resolutions on how it is evacuating people from wetlands. We as young people, we need to come together and revisit on the resolutions that our government has passed knowingly or mistakenly. We see our own people being sent out of wetlands without clear resolutions where these people are going to be placed. Remember, population itself is an effect to climate change. Because if the population that, say for instance, that has been evacuated from wetlands has been sent to, let's say, forested area, what do you expect will happen to that forest? It will be cut down. Therefore, government should think, and the citizens of Uganda should re-look into the issue of how people are living the swamps. Secondly, not forgetting how government is leaving behind the food value and the industrialization aspect. These are all things that move in line with climate change. We, as people of Eastern Uganda, we basically have different categories of food that we grow. In Teso, people mostly grow cassava. But how has government, amidst the climate changes, put value on cassava? In Bugisu, people grow banana and coffee. How has government thought of putting value in coffee and its products amidst the challenges that we are facing in climate change? Therefore, I call upon all youth to join social movements and stand with the rest of the communities that are oppressed to make sure that we put government in check and we come up with serious resolutions on climate change. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, Honorable Rashid. But I would like to give opportunity to some people who have not spoken something. At least it's important, it's inclusivity. Yes, student leader. But you were supposed to come next.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. For me, actually, what I want to say, this motion is good, but I thought all of us here, we are the government. Now, if you say that the government should do this and this, let us practice all those methods which can improve on our climate change so that it can be reliable in every condition. We don't look at the government because for us, we are the government. And let us be exemplary to others. Let's do those things in our villages so that others can see on us. Always they say that we Africans, we believe by seeing. If you practice something and your fellow sees you, he will also practice it. But if you just talk about it, but for you don't practice it, he or she will not practice it. So I just beg that all of us here, let us practice all those things so that our fellows might see on us, not by just talking about them. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is it Joshua? Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Right Speaker of the East Parliament, Eastern Uganda. Good evening to everyone. Good afternoon to everyone here. By name, I'm called Mbale Muhammad, Youth Advocate Mbale. I'm here the motion which is going on. According to our climate, we are not supposed to blame the government. We are supposed to blame ourselves before we blame the government. Because those years back, we had the sub-county chiefs. When you are going to cut the tree, they talk. You have to talk about that chief before you cut the tree. But for us, in our generation here, we wake up just in the morning, we just cut the tree, such that we destroy our climate. So I beg, before you beg the government, I beg you who are here, we be the example to the generation. We tell our friends, our youth who are outside there, that before you cut the tree, first plant another one like 5 before you cut one. So we shall keep our environment. When we do like that, I beg, submit.
Yes, point of information.
Good afternoon once again. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and the House at large. And I would like to inform this House, first and foremost, when we talk about the government, yes, this is something that comes from a principle called the social contract. When we have a social contract, we agree that we as citizens, we are going to sacrifice our rights. We are going to, not our rights, we are going to sacrifice certain things to a certain group of people called the government. And in return, that government is supposed to protect certain rights and it is supposed to provide certain services. Basically, that is what they call the social contract. So when you have the social contract, there are certain things that we expect the government to do. Today we have a motion in front of us, and that is something called climate change. Now, when you talk about climate change, there are certain things that we're supposed to look at. Even before we talk about the effects, we're supposed to look at the causes, you know. Some of the causes of climate change that we have today are things such as people encroaching on wetlands. For example, when you talk about Limoto wetland, you know, which is in my area where I come from, that is Chibuku district, and the landslides in Bududa, the government has a responsibility to make sure that they give us alternative solutions to some of these issues. For example, the reason as to why someone is going to go and cut down trees is first and foremost to make charcoal so that they can sell and be able to get money to get livelihood. Secondly, the reason as to why I buy charcoal is because I do not have the alternative solution, you know, or the alternative solution that is there, which is gas, has not been made so much available to me. So when we talk about the government, we talk about the fact that the government has a responsibility, you know, to help us, because we sacrifice these things to them through taxes, through voting them into power each and every time. So they have that responsibility to make sure that some of these things do not happen, which frankly speaking, they have not done. So when you talk about the government, we're not saying that we're neglecting our role, our social responsibility as people, but we are also putting the government in check because they have a higher power in doing some of these things. Thank you very much. I beg to inform the House.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for that. Was that a point of order or? No, it's like I had a point of order. Okay, it's okay. So basically, I beg, I think we've made sufficient submissions to this motion. And we have exhaustively done it as it's supposed to be. So I beg that we make a vote on this motion. Yes. Is that a point of order? But it is important, I know I have ruled, but if it's a point of order and we're in jeopardy, it's important he raises it. Okay, thank you so much. So I'm making, we are going to make a vote on this. So we make a vote on, as this August House, we want to make a vote on a motion to urge government to invest in solutions that mitigate the effects of climate change in Eastern Uganda. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. And I think this is our last motion. Okay, I want to thank you, honorable members. This is our last motion on our order paper. Do we agree? Yes. Yes, this is our last motion on our order paper. We had 3 motions to adopt, and this House has really adopted them. So I want to take this opportunity to welcome my clerk to make a review on the resolutions for the parliamentary session. And I want to thank you also for this wonderful session. It has been really something good. So, and for everything.
Good afternoon. My name is Watata Moses, a student of Mahai. I worked as a clerk, and allow me read the following resolutions of our motions. Our first motion, the resolutions were the government has to put a number of institutions we are aiming to scale up youth. We are aiming to scale up the youth. The second one, working conditions and increments in the wage bill. The third one, challenging the ideology of the mindset change. The fourth one, marketing of ourselves, doing things that make us extraordinary from other people. Adding value to ourselves by putting love in whatever we do. Then the second motion, the physical and social support through counseling programs. Yeah. The second motion was urging government to create special support project for the reintegration of teenage mothers in the community and education systems. Then our resolutions were physical and social support through counseling programs. The second, putting or setting up income generating opportunities to raise funds both for their education and children. And the third one, offering scholarship to the teenage mothers so that they don't sit home idle. The next one, government should put strict laws about tribalism and segregation. Then our third motion was to increase the education budget allocations for education in Eastern Uganda. Our first resolution was restriction that whatever is for the school should not be shared by the leaders. The second one, the government should reduce on the number of salaries and the ministers in order to put some money in education sector. Then the third one, let the government leave the government education to be free. Then the fourth one, the government should be able to follow up where the money is being allocated and set strict rules on how the money is being spent. Then our fourth motion was to urge government to invest in solutions that mitigate the effects of climate change in Eastern Uganda. Then the first resolution was to put on crops that can to plant the crops that are resistant. Then the second, sensitizing the community about the dangers of deforestation. Then the third one, the government should have clear resolution about wetlands. Then the fourth one, the government should put value in food grown and industrialization. Those were the resolutions of our motions.
Thank you so much, dear clerk, for the resolutions. They were loud and clear. And before I adjourn this house, I would love to give my closing remarks. I want to thank members of this august house for the great deliberations shared and for everything that you have put in place and for the motions that we have so far passed. I realize that a motion on teenage pregnancy and a motion on mitigating of climate change was really elaborate and people still had enough to say. That means before adjournment. Okay. So I realize that these two motions, the one on teenage mothers and the one on mitigating climate change, were so pertinent to this house, and we would pray that if we could adopt all these motions, especially this motion, and carry it on to the National Youth Parliament, that later on it can become a policy that can help us combat the evils that are happening in this society. Thank you so much again for this opportunity, and it's been a great experience. So, let us, yes, my clerk has an information.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Before adjournment, kindly allow me invite a representative from Action Aid to have their closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and our esteemed clerks for a job wonderfully done, but also I want to congratulate you for being elected. Thank you for that applause for the Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, my name is David Nyaribi. In the youth circles, I am also known as the ambassador of possibilities because I always aspire to speak and inspire the young people, but also even the old ones, that it is possible. And among them is your dream, but also the changing of the community in a positive way. I work with ActionAid under the global platform as a leadership and governance specialist, but I also support on a project called GOLD, which is Global Organizing and Leadership Development, and I also support the Activista Network. I am mentioning all these categories so that you can be able to identify entry points as we go along. I am extremely appreciative to the partners. ActionAid is one of the partners, but this engagement and the engagements that we have had already in Pakwach, Monday in Gulu, and today here would have not been possible without our wonderful partners. One of them being the European Union, GIZ, UAF, like you have heard from them, their representatives are here. Vijana Corps, that has also mobilized from this particular region. Mbale City Council, you were able to see the RCC here, who was also able to inspire you into the institution of marriage. But of course, Faraja Africa Foundation, who are the chief organizers of this regional youth parliament, but will proceed to organize the national youth parliament. But all this would be vanity without the honorable members. So I want to ask that you applaud yourselves with a stamp for being here today, and especially for braving the Elgon weather that was presented to us this morning. ActionAid and other partners have convened this parliament for a number of years, and it is an important space, very paramount and key to amplifying the voices of young people. And it is amazing that the parliament is able to leave the national stage and begin in the regions, so that it is a bottom-up approach. So all the regions will be covered, just like our convener, Faraja Africa Foundation, they have already mentioned. And it is to be able to bring issues from the regions, but give them a national outlook, and later on give them a regional and global outlook. So these youth parliaments begin in the regions like we are now, and of course there will be a national one, but as you all know, with the constraints of resources and other factors, not everybody from the regions can be able to go there, but your issues are strictly and positively represented there. And then of course the regional, and then at some point the global stage. One of the aspects that ActionAid International does, and in support with other partners, is training on leadership. And I would not forgive myself if I left the stage without talking a little bit about leadership in the time that we have, Madam Speaker. The kind of leadership that we are advancing and encouraging is known, and you must have heard about it already, but maybe we shall now encourage you to practice it more. It is known as servant leadership, that fronts aspects like service above self, that advances integrity. And when you talk about integrity, the country is indeed vibrating with deficiency of the same. When we are talking about corruption, not just within parliament, maybe that is what has been highlighted, but also other layers and strata of the system and the functionalities of government, but also within our individual spaces and the different areas that we have jurisdiction over. So servant leadership is what we are encouraging. And I am happy that among the issues that you have been articulating from morning into the afternoon have spoken to some of the aspects that we are calling for for servant leadership. But I want also to congratulate you, especially in regard to the motions, even as I talk about servant leadership. You talked about aspects of unemployment, and we know some of the causes, and we must jointly together be able to craft solutions so that we can tackle this. You talked about the aspect of teenage mothers, and I just want to highlight that some of these issues are derivative. Some aspects lead to the same. So for example, not going to school or not having enough information, not talking about aspects of peer pressure lead to the aspects of teenage mothers. But thirdly, you also talked about increase for the budget, especially for education. But this can only happen where there is prioritization. And I am happy that one of the youngsters from the secondary school talked about austerity, that we need to reduce expenditure in particular sectors, maybe that are also good, but not urgent and important, and then be able to expend money in areas that are urgent and important. But last but not least, you strongly touched my heart and positively shook ActionAid when you talked about climate change. This is not only a local, national, but it's a global issue. And it is as urgent as you can imagine. Because whatever we have talked about before climate change, if we do not do something about climate change, then we will not be around to do anything about the others. So this is very, very, very urgent. And each one of us can have a role to play in making sure that we attain climate justice, asking the global north to reduce emissions, but also to reduce or stop industrial agriculture as we advance alternative and renewable energy like solar, wind energy, but also adopting agroecology, using our indigenous knowledge to be able to support ourselves. The North was strongly talking about food security, but I'm sure it's also an issue here, though the regions are prioritizing because we do not have time on the key issues that they would want to work on. As I finish, this being a youth space, I will finish by giving us two principles. I am sure some of you have come across these principles. One of them is the Pareto principle, or sometimes that you call 80-20 rule. With the constraint of resources, especially money and time, but also with the many distractions and engagements that we need to have, we need to be able to prioritize. So I was able to tell the youth of northern Uganda in Gulu, covering Noya, Padera, Gago, that we must be able to identify the key issues that we want to work on as young people. Yes, everything is good, but we must start somewhere. So this principle comes into play, and it is a simple principle. It basically states that 80% of the consequences are a result of 20% of the causes. So the person that concentrates on the 20% is able to attain much, much more. It speaks to the aspect that the relationship between inputs and outputs is not balanced. I know it rhymes very well with the Luganda saying, and allow me say it here in this August house, allow me use the vernacular, that take a sente wolaba in the right space. But that is about money, but I want to also ask you about time. The RCC here, while he was very comic and humorous in his speech, he also talked about harnessing the digital abilities, so that we use social media to benefit us and not basically to just take our time. The last principle is the 101% principle, as advanced by John C. Maxwell. He says that you can do anything, but you cannot do everything. And many young people are taken up by doing everything. Because when you're youthful, you have the energy, you have the time. Maybe you're only limited by the resource of money, but you cannot do everything. You can do anything, but not everything. So John C. Maxwell advances and says, choose the 1%, just the one, and then give it 100% of your effort and time. 1% is big. So basically, you prioritize what you want to work on. Once again, I congratulate you for your robust discussions and engagements. And I want to once again thank the partners, GIZ, European Union, Vijana Co, Mbale Municipal Council. We have our inspectors of schools here. The young people from the schools, Faraja Africa Foundation, led by Shalom and Team Edna. Those that I have not mentioned, they are the ones that I love most. But the entire team. But it would have not been possible or even feasible without you. So to also congratulate you and appreciate you for coming, and to give a blessing to our speaker that as you go to the national, why not contest? I've been saying this everywhere. The one who will take it most will be the one to become the national speaker. So thank you very much. And the parliament is being adjourned, meaning that these conversations can continue. I know you could be there saying, we didn't have enough time. You will never have enough time. You only need to prioritize and hit the targets quickly. So please continue these conversations. The motions were very rich, and they are still very rich. Continue this on social media, continue this in your spaces of engagement, such that we can make Uganda better. It is the young people, I can assure you. It is the young people, because we are here today and will be here tomorrow. Thank you very much for God and my country.
Faraja Africa Foundation and her partners organized the East African Youth Parliament in 2018, following the establishment of the East African Community, which comprises of 7 member states, that is Burundi, Rwanda, Kenya, South Sudan, Tanzania, Uganda, and the recently added Democratic Republic of Congo.
Well, my name is Mbale Lugome. I'm first speaker of East African Youth Legislative Assembly. When you talk about the East Africa Youth Parliament, and since I was the first speaker, I traveled to all the 6 countries by bus. I met a lot of young people. I got a big connection with them. So that's really inspired me that what am I going to do after finishing being a speaker? So being a partner was the first thing I was looking to partner with Faraja and continuing supporting young people. And actually, we did it. We started advocating for the post-parliament agendas.
The East African Youth Parliament, also known as the Vijana Assembly, is a platform that provides young people with a dedicated space to participate in regional governance, advocate for youth issues, and contribute to the development and integration of the East African community.
What sparks your participation in the East African Youth Parliament? Okay, I'm passionate about East Africa. I'm a Pan-Africanist, and I love having that nationalism, especially East African, like how they say Africa is our business. To me, East Africa is my business. An important thing to note about this year is that for the first time we have DRC on board, and Chris is not only the representative from DRC, but also the clerk for the 5th East African Youth Parliament.
I've learned so much from them, and one thing is for sure, the future of East Africa, is one of the Honorable said, is in safe hands. Learning about integration and how we as youth could benefit, on some of the things going on in the YALA as an institution, but also how do we get more, Congolese youth mostly to join this movement and help advance the region of East Africa community as a whole.
The sexual reproductive health bill is pertinent to major issues concerning sexual education, issues concerning reproductive health, issues concerning the rights of people generally, inherently rights such as abortion, rights on segregative mothers, and all those, without forgetting menstrual health and hygiene.
When we look at East Africa,
in general, we are really blessed with abundant resources, especially agricultural resources, but the agricultural resources are not utilized economically and sustainably in East Africa. And that's why I raised that motion to urge the young people to really engage in the agricultural business. So we need to understand, especially the young people, they need to know that agriculture is the backbone of Africa in general.
We started advocating for African Charter on Democracy, Election and Governance, but also we were also advocating for South Sudanese to end